We'll see you around the timeline. Feels good to be back.
I think the Rollup is one of the most premier media brands in crypto, and Andy and Robbie are great experts at everything they talk about, and it's my favorite podcast.
Adding it to my library as we speak.
Potentially multi-chain deployments.
We are at DevConnect Day 1 here. I'm with Jesse from Base. Morgan, BlackRock, DTCC, Fidelity, the entire thing was just institutions. It's next level. This industry is going to the next level. And guys, I don't know what else to say. I'm bullish.
He said it, he finally said it.
I'm so bullish.
Andy's bullish, I'm bullish, we're bullish. headed to the top. If we're not already at the top, we're going to the top.
We're going.
Rollup is my favorite.
People from all walks of life, all over the world, all over this industry, come together for the Rollup.
Zoom out. The institutions aren't coming. They're simply here. It's the golden age of crypto, guys. Get right. Let's go.
Welcome to the nest. See you on the show.
We're live from Cannes.
Welcome to Cannes, France, Monsieur.
Bonjour.
Bonjour, mother. Man, we're
what
the
a setup we
smallest
got here,
podcast room possible in Europe. Everything is small in Europe.
Yes,
everything is small.
bigger in America.
Small in Europe. Everything's small. Guys, we have an amazing lineup today. Thank you for being a part of this. It is 6 a.m. in Eastern time where we are normally streaming from in New York City, Rob.
Yes.
It is a beautiful morning here in Cannes. We're at the main venue.
We certainly
Palais des Festivals.
Yes, our they host the Cannes Film Festival here every year.
Yeah, it's a couple weeks out.
The red carpet, they roll it out.
Down.
It is down. We walk through the red carpet on our way here, and how do you feel? I mean, we've done a couple of years here.
This is EthCC 9, guys, and I think this is probably our 5th, or 6th. So, guys, we have an awesome lineup for you. I'm actually on a panel here at DeFi Day. So DeFi Day is Aave's day. Let's give Aave some love, guys. They are powering DeFi Day here in Cannes. Aave is the leading lending protocol in DeFi.
They have some big announcements today. Aave V4 is coming out anytime. Stani opened up the entire conference on stage at the main venue just a couple of hours ago, and now he's making his way over to DeFi Day. We will hear from Stani
At the end of the show
today.
Yeah, we've got an amazing lineup, guys. Tons of CEOs, founders, folks who are building on-chain infrastructure. Really, we went from DC, did policymakers into institutional allocators and asset managers last week at DAS. Here in Cannes, it's much more with the natives. It's much more on-chain friendly, much more people building technology. So, guys, we're gonna get Zama CEO, our first guest of the day. I've got a stablecoin panel I'm gonna run to. Rob's gonna rip this one, a couple more, and then we're gonna be back to back for the next 4 to 6 hours here at DeFi Day, talking to the best minds in DeFi, guys. Shout out to Aave, and yeah.
And you got a stablecoin panel. You better go.
Welcome to the Rollup from Cannes, baby.
Aave,
see you guys in a second.
Best stablecoin out there, guys. We will be right back with Rand, our first guest from DeFi Day in Cannes. Don't go anywhere. We're gonna be live for the next 5.5 hours.
See you guys in just a second.
All right, we are here live, DeFi Day from Cannes. Our first guest is Rand Hindi from Zama Protocol. Zama is building FHE. There's a lot of chat right now about ZK, privacy, the institutional wave, what is happening. The ZK cabal is going at, the centralized database cabal. We've got Rand here to tell us all about it. Rand, how you doing, man? Welcome to Cannes.
Good. Thank you for having me, guys. Very happy to be here.
Absolutely. Thank you for joining us. I'm just curious what your reaction is to some of the chatter you're seeing out there on the timeline.
So I was looking at all this debate around centralized permission blockchain versus permissionless cryptography-driven blockchains. And obviously, I was very happy that people were taking the side of public permissionless cryptographically secure blockchain, because that's exactly the way we think about it for Zama too, trying to bring FHE, advanced cryptography, to public blockchains. I think permission chain makes a ton of sense in the same way that, do you remember the 90s something called intranets?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
Remember that, right?
Right.
Like every company had like their own mini internal internet.
They had like a mainframe.
Exactly.
And then they had to plug into it.
Yeah,
but
they
these
had
weren't
their own kind
connected.
of private network. And you could connect your private network to another company's private network to exchange data. Does that sound familiar?
Sure. Yeah.
Right? Okay. Then people created the internet, one global public network that everybody could use to talk to each other, to share information. And with HTTPS, which brought encryption and privacy to the internet, you could now use it for financial transactions, for commerce. And today, nobody's using an intranet anymore. The internet actually won. So I think we're going to see the same in blockchain. The reason why people used intranets at the time was privacy and security.
Right.
Because the internet couldn't do that. But once the internet offered that, people migrated to the internet. And we're going to see exactly the same with institutional finance. They're all going to move to public permissionless blockchain, encrypted using technologies like FHE or why not ZK.
Yeah. So the non-negotiables for not just the institutions with the largest of scale, but for the most part, everyone we've seen transact in finance on chain, they're looking for privacy and security.
Yeah.
This goes back all the way to the beginning of the internet, and it's still true with Web 2 and Web 3 all the way until today. And so at Zama, you guys are focused on the privacy side of this this dichotomy here between permissioned mainframes versus internet open composable public networks.
Yeah.
And so we kind of have these differences in opinion as far as how we could come up with that. You at Zama have chosen FHE.
Yeah.
I take it this kind of adds a third dimension to this debate that we see right now. On one hand, we have the mainframe intranet, somewhat closed. They can share data with one another, but it's not too composable. Then we have the ZK camp. Then we have the FHE camp. Why do you believe the FHE camp of privacy is the most private, secure, but also composable as the internet should be?
That's a very, very good question. We didn't choose FHE because we just wanted to use FHE. We chose it because it was the right tool for the job. What you want in a public blockchain? You want public verifiability, you want composability, and you want privacy/security as much as possible. There are different approaches people are taking to privacy. One of them is private chains. I guess it does the job, right? Nobody can see anything. Right. But then you're losing public verifiability, and to a large extent, you're losing composability, at least atomic composability. If you want to use a public blockchain, then you can use T's, ZK or FHE. T's have been completely destroyed. Every single T blockchain has been hacked in the past 2 years. As such, I don't know any large institution who even wants to touch this technology with a stick. Like, it's dead, right? Even Intel came out and said, do not use T's for blockchain. This was never meant to be a technology secure in a decentralized environment where people can run their own nodes, period. Now you've got ZK and FHE. ZK is a great technology, but it's very hard to make things composable. If you're, for example, shielding your assets in Zcash, you can send them privately, but you can't stake them in DeFi. You can't swap them for other shielded assets. ZK inherently is not about computing on a private state. It's about proving something about data you see yourself.
Right.
FHE solves the problem because it enables you to compute on the encrypted state directly. So you have full composability in the same way that you have with any existing blockchain today, but without the data being visible to people outside. So it gives you composability. You can publicly verify the result because it's just a blockchain running code. And it gives you security even against quantum computers. So the data you're encrypting today cannot be broken by future quantum computers.
Got it. I anticipate we're going to see a lot more about quantum here as things develop and things start to accelerate further. I'm curious about FHE. Is it complementary to the existing solutions? Could you have FHE sort of obfuscate or encrypt the internal computations and then prove that result with ZK? How complementary are these two technologies? And then, when maybe we'll start there. FHE and ZK, are these two complementary, or are they one or the other?
You can totally use them together, right? I mean, if you look at the way that you get integrity of a blockchain, how do you prove that something was done according to the smart contract? Either you just run consensus, so multiple people redo the computation and you compare the results. You can do that with FHE. You can have multiple people run the same FHE computation on encrypted state and then just verify the encrypted state. Or you can use ZK, just like you have ZK rollups, right? To do, I guess, FHE ZK rollups. In practice, we are focusing on bringing privacy to existing public blockchains. So we don't really care how the blockchain we're running on verifies the correctness of the state. So it's kind of out of scope for what Zama does, which is really enable privacy on existing public blockchains.
Got it. So let's take a couple of test cases out there. And there's two very competitive test cases that are out there now. You have Alex G from ZK Sync, who's kind of operating on the side of Ethereum. ZK Sync is an L2.
Thank you, Alex, for putting so much effort into public blockchain.
Absolutely. And we were hosting an episode of this show in Washington, D.C. during the DC Blockchain Summit. Alex came on. He talked about how these banks are not going to want to build on each other's infrastructure. JP Morgan is not going to build on Fidelity and vice versa. MasterCard not on Visa. We need credibly neutral infrastructure as a way of connecting all of these disparate economic zones. Ethereum is the best suited place to do that. And he mentioned Providiums as a particular use case. How could ZK Sync incorporate Zama's technology? How could Ethereum as a whole incorporate the FHE technology to embed privacy deeper into Ethereum as a public chain?
I don't know too much about the Providium stack, so I don't think I can comment on that. For Ethereum specifically, the way that we are approaching the problem is, let's say you've got stable coins on Ethereum. Okay, today everybody knows how much money you have, how much money you're sending, how much you're swapping, how much yield you're making. What we found is that the more money someone has, the more they care about privacy. Right? Very few people care about hiding, $100 in a wallet, but people that have $1 billion care a lot, because if they're moving that $1 billion, they're signaling something big to the market, and every trader trades against them. People might freak out. Like, think about a VC, moving some tokens from a portfolio company to an exchange. People will just dump even before they could sell anything. So people are losing millions and millions of dollars due to the lack of privacy on public chains. So we solve the problem. So we bring a layer of encryption to existing public blockchains so that all your financial transactions are private, but you're still on Ethereum. You can take your USDC tokens, you can shield it into a confidential USDC tokens without bridging to a new chain. You're still on Ethereum. And from that point, all of your future balances, transfers, swaps, deposits, and vaults are encrypted. So people have no idea how the money is moving.
Right.
But you're still on Ethereum. So you're still benefiting from all of the advantages of the public chain that you're on from the go.
And so this is a technology, once you turn it on, everything from that point forward is encrypted using Zama.
Correct.
Does this go for, in Ethereum's case, Ethereum's mainnet as well as its L2s?
Sure. I mean, we can deploy the technology on any chain at this point. It's just a matter of deploying the protocol contracts on that chain. So we have a very careful approach. We want to avoid fragmentation. Because in the beginning, shielded assets are not going to be as huge as non-shielded assets. You have to get people to shield things.
There's some network effects.
Some network effects. So we're really focusing on bringing our protocol to Ethereum and some other major chains in 2026, including Solana later in 2026. We recently, for example, announced a partnership with T-Rex Network, which is a protocol launched by Apex, a huge asset manager. They're going to tokenize $100 billion of RWAs, in the next 18 months. $100 billion.
Yeah, it's incredible.
And they're doing it as a roll up on Ethereum using Zama for privacy.
Very cool. Awesome. Talk. Could you tell us more about how this deal came together? You know, how are you planning on supporting this effort? Because I'd imagine $100 billion, there's several players, several enablement providers. We were in, New York doing Digital Asset Summit, talking to the likes of Securitize and Superstate, a lot of these tokenization partners. Are you working with any other tokenization partners to embed privacy into their tokenization stack? How are you working together maybe with T-Rex as well as some of the other players in this particular space?
Yeah, I mean, of course. Short answer is yes. We do think RWAs are huge. Like if you think about asset management as a category, it's $120 trillion asset category, right? Like people are excited about a couple $100 billion of stable coins on chain. Think about a couple $100 trillion of assets on chain, right? Think about tokenizing real estate, tokenizing energy. Like these are the really big markets where most of the money currently is, right? Payments is huge, like tens of trillions of dollars market, but asset management in general is even much bigger. So I think we're not going to be counting TVL on blockchain in terms of billions anymore. We're going to be counting them in terms of hundreds, tens and hundreds of billions of dollars going forward.
It's an exciting place.
I mean, it's happening. Yeah. Finally, it's happening, right? And the guys at T-Rex are a big part of that because they're really driving this.
Yeah.
They created the permission token framework, which is really important for security tokens, right? Without that, there would be no security tokens on chain.
Permission token framework, meaning that you have to have certain permissions, maybe be a accredited investor, pass
a
KYC.
Security is a security, whether you put it on blockchain or not. Like it doesn't change securities law, right? So having a way to enforce that was really important for people to start using blockchain.
Yeah.
So for using a public blockchain like Ethereum for securities, you need privacy and you need compliance. Privacy is Zama's job. Compliance is T-Rex's job.
Got it. Why is T-Rex deploying the $100 billion of RWAs on their own network using Zama's technology for privacy versus going to another institutional network like Canton?
Well, I think they want to compete with Canton, but they're doing it like as a public protocol.
Yeah.
And I think the reason why they decided to be a public protocol is they want cross-chain liquidity. That's really important for them. They want to be able to go beyond institution to institution use cases, so enabling a broader set of players to participate. And it's much easier to distribute your solutions, products, RWAs to 1 billion people in a public network than onboarding 1 billion people to your own private network, right? Because they're already there. I mean, there isn't 1 billion people on blockchain yet, but we're going to get there at some point.
Right.
It just makes sense from many, many different perspectives. Security-wise also, I think, Ethereum and Solana actually are hard to beat. They've been around for a long time. They have like a huge amount of economic security and also just reputational security backing them. As you said, they're credibly neutral, nuclear-proof protocols.
Yeah. What is it about T-Rex and their launch that excites you the most? Is it the $100 billion? Is it this institutional player finally coming on chain? Is it kind of the idea that you guys have launched, the token is launched, but it's not, job's not finished?
Yeah.
Still so much work to do. What excites you most about going forward?
I mean, all of what you said is very exciting. To be clear, one of the biggest institutions putting 100 billion on the Ethereum ecosystem is very exciting, period, right? I think T-Rex is interesting because the team behind it is Tokeny. Tokeny was a tokenization platform that was bought by Apex like a year or two ago.
I see.
So these guys have been doing this for a long time. We're talking about one of the main player in the whole tokenization space. They've been doing this way before RWAs were cool, right? Yeah. So they have expertise, they have the knowledge, they have the backing of a big institution, right? They have the commitment to this 100 billion plus assets. They just know how to do the job.
Yeah.
Like this is not like a startup, I love startups, but this is the big player coming and saying, this is how we're going to do finance going forward.
Yeah, incredible. Rand, as we draw to a close here, what are you most curious about? We've got a whole EthCC here still to go. It's just Monday. What are you hoping to learn? What kind of builders are you hoping to talk to over the course of the week?
I want to understand how people are thinking about building products now that they know privacy is solved. Like, what new mechanism does it open? what are the things people could not even think of doing on public blockchain that are now possible?
Yeah.
I think it's just the beginning, and people are realizing that there's no longer any limitations to using Ethereum. It used to be slow, not anymore. It used to be expensive, not anymore. The only problem was privacy, not anymore.
Fix that. Yeah. Awesome. Incredible work. Rand, thank you so much for joining.
Thank you for having
Have
me.
a great time in Cannes, and we'll see you next time.
Great. Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
Bye.
All right, guys. We're gonna keep it rolling. Shout out to Rand and Zama, absolutely incredible partners. You guys have probably seen their merch in our studio in the Empire State Building. We're gonna see Rand a little bit later. All right, guys, we're gonna keep things rolling here, and just we've got our next guest here coming up in just a minute or two. So why don't we do a quick commercial break? We're gonna be right back. We've got an incredible show for you guys this beautiful Monday here in Cannes. It's a little bit early, but enjoy your coffee. Bonjour, have a croissant. Do whatever you got to do. Wake up, have a great time. We're going to be right back here from Cannes. we go. We are back. We've got Fisher Yu, the co-founder of Babylon here, and Babylon just announced a collaboration with Aave, Aave Alpha in partnership with Babylon. Fisher, welcome to the show. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. So tell us a little bit about Alpha, Aave Alpha. You guys have partnered up with Aave. You know, a lot of Aave Alpha is happening out there right now. What is this deal all about? What does this partnership entail?
Yeah, sure. So maybe I should give you a quick introduction of the Babylon project first.
Sure.
Yeah. So So Babylon project was founded in 2022 by myself and Professor David Shea from Stanford University. Yeah, our goal is to make Bitcoin productive. In a trustless and non-custodial way.
Right.
Yeah. So we have been building on the Bitcoin space for a very long time, and this is our first time entering the Ethereum space. The angle of this is we recently invented a new protocol, allow native Bitcoin to be collectorized in a trustless way and be used as a collectible on DeFi. And the most natural use case of this protocol is collectorize your native Bitcoin and directly borrow stable coin and anything else from Aave.
Incredible.
So that's why we partner with Aave, to make this use case possible, because Aave is the largest, most safest, and have the best liquidity. So working with Aave for borrowing and lending will give Bitcoin holders a lot more confidence and comfort.
So Aave has had wrapped Bitcoin for some amount of time, maybe since they started. I'm curious, what does the native Bitcoin on Aave give to the end users that a wrapped Bitcoin does not?
Yeah, sure. So then you ask yourself, how do you get a wrapped Bitcoin? But you have a native Bitcoin, how do you get it wrapped Bitcoin? You give your Bitcoin to BitGlobal or their merchants, so they will mint you a wrapped Bitcoin, right? So you give away your Bitcoin. So this have two problems. First, you lose the title to your native Bitcoin. And second, you basically trust BitGlobal, like a gift card issuer. You give the cash to them, they give you a gift card that you can use on the DeFi world. So, and then when you want to redeem your native Bitcoin, you are at the mercy of the gift card issuer. Also, this in certain jurisdictions may also trigger like tax event as well. So you have two risks in using a wrapped Bitcoin. First, you lose your title. Second, there's counterparty risk.
Okay. Okay,
then
got it.
By using native Bitcoin as a collateral, you don't have this problem.
Right. How long has Babylon been building, and how much Bitcoin have you been able to accumulate? Because myself, I was here, the Rollup was here when we had quite a few Bitcoin L2s. Those seem to have kind of taken a bit of a time aside, but obviously, Bitcoin is still the largest cryptocurrency. It's still got a very significant market cap. And so how have you seen the programmability of Bitcoin progress over the years? We had lots of Bitcoin L2s. Do you still think Bitcoin L2s are a thing that will gain significant traction? Or do you think Bitcoin will make its way into the Ethereum landscape?
Great question. So we never believed in Bitcoin L2.
You never believed in Bitcoin L2s?
Never. So when we built Babylon, we never built anything along the line, anything remotely related to Bitcoin L2, because we don't believe in Bitcoin L2.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and so before the partnership with Aave Alpha, what could someone do with their Bitcoin on Babylon?
Yeah. So actually, Babylon is most well known for our trustless Bitcoin staking protocol.
Right.
Yeah. So you asked about how many years have we been building? We have been building since for 4 years.
Right.
And the Bitcoin staking protocol was invented in 2023 and went live in early 2025. And our trustless Bitcoin staking protocol has activated over $10 billion worth of Bitcoin. Yeah. And we are now receiving like inbound interest from major exchanges and very prudent institutions, international institutions, because they see Babylon as the only trustless protocol for Bitcoin productivity they can use.
And these institutions that are now approaching Babylon, They want liquidity on their Bitcoin. They want to collateralize it. What are they trying to do with their Bitcoin?
Yeah, they want to have productivity or yield in a.
They want
in
to
a-
earn some yield.
some
on their
yield
Bitcoin.
on their Bitcoin. But the problem of staking is that it is very passive. Like
Passive,
like ETH staking 2%. That's it. You can't do anything else with it. BTC staking as well. It's the lowest risk productivity or utility of Bitcoin. You're right. Then of course lower risk means lower yield. So yield is very low. Then that's why we invent our new protocol, which is called Trustless Bitcoin Collateral Vault Protocol.
Got it.
So our new protocol allow native Bitcoin to be locked on the Bitcoin chain and directly recognized by Aave.
Okay, so it gets locked on the Bitcoin chain and recognized as collateral
On Aave.
On Aave.
Aave. So
Okay.
that Aave will directly allow the Bitcoin holder to borrow stablecoin or whatever.
And now, my understanding is that when collateral is deposited into Aave, the Aave protocol issues an A token. This is like a yield-bearing version of the asset itself.
Yeah.
Is that the case?
No, that's not the case.
Okay, so what happens here?
So for the Aave to issue you like a certificate of like deposit, the token itself should be of lending asset. That means other people can borrow that asset.
Right.
Right. It's like pool, lending pool. But in our case, Bitcoin is a collateral that is used for borrowing. It is not about other people borrowing Bitcoin. It's
Got
about
it.
you collect your Bitcoin and borrows other assets.
Got it.
So no like Aave like representation or like or locking token will be involved here. It's
Right.
very like clean integration. Very clean integration.
Okay, so in Aave, I can deposit my Bitcoin as collateral. No one can borrow it and
No.
use it for something
Yeah,
else.
because if you allow other people to borrow Bitcoin, they just run away with it.
Yeah, they do. They never repay.
Yeah.
And so in this vault, am I earning any yield
No.
on my Bitcoin? No
No,
yield
no,
on
no.
my Bitcoin.
So-
It's just there for collateral so that I can borrow.
Yeah, exactly. Because the concept of vote in more traditional sense is about something segregated and only you can access to.
Yes.
Like a safe in a underground of the bank
Right.
that you can only use. It's segregated. It's not like the DeFi yield votes where everyone throw money to it. It's like an unregulated hedge fund.
Yeah, exactly.
It's
That's
different.
what a lot of the vaults look like these days.
Yeah.
Okay, and so another potential path here, one that Aave has to be very careful about is in the case of liquidations. And so suppose I deposit one Bitcoin and I take out 50,000 USDC, right, stablecoin, but then the price of Bitcoin, my one Bitcoin, falls maybe to 20,000.
Yeah.
Big bear market, right? Crypto winter. Aave would have to liquidate my position.
Yeah.
Is it possible for Aave to do this programmatically?
Yes.
How does it work with the Bitcoin protocol? How are you able to orchestrate a liquidation given that this Aave protocol is happening on Ethereum, but the Bitcoin asset remains locked on Bitcoin?
Yep. Excellent question. So the liquidation happens in two steps. Like you have a very good instinct because then Bitcoin is a very slow train. You can't actually liquidate Bitcoin instantly. Also, there's no native Bitcoin market, right? Like Uniswap for native Bitcoin, you can do this. So the liquidation happens in two steps. First step, the Aave liquidators will use WBTC as a proxy asset to liquidate the loan position, so that the liquidator will borrow WBTC, sell it for stablecoin, pay back the loan, and get the right to the native BTC. Okay, then the loan is no longer between native BTC and stablecoin. Then the loan position is between native BTC and WBTC. Right. This conversion is very important. First, it allows atomic liquidation because borrowing WBTC, sell it, and then repay and pay back WBTC. This can happen within one block. So there's no bad debt.
Okay.
Within Aave. And then the loan between WBTC and native BTC, that can take time to settle because there's no price. Yeah, no. It's no price fluctuation or depack between WBTC and native BTC. Yeah. So the second step can take time. So like 1 hour, 2 hour, or even 1 day, it doesn't really matter, right?
Yeah.
Because it's 1-to-1 always.
Right. Okay. And does this model, like, would you like to improve this model over time where maybe wrap BTC is no longer necessary? If there was some sort of native exchange, like for instance, take Near Intense. You've heard Near Intense, right? We work with Near closely. They're an AI partner, but also Near Intense is a great product. You can trade Bitcoin for these things. If there was sufficient liquidity, would it make sense to use some sort of Intense protocol in order to natively liquidate the collateral, or is this sufficient to use wrap Bitcoin as an intermediary?
We are actually talking to Near Intent to become our market maker / liquidator. Yeah, indeed.
Yeah,
very good point. Yeah.
Awesome. And so as Babylon continues to progress further into Ethereum, you guys don't have to worry about so many assets. You're just very focused on Bitcoin. What are some of the next steps that you want to take with Bitcoin?
Yeah, sure. So, the role of Babylon is not to provide yield for Bitcoin. What we do is invent the technology allow native Bitcoin to safely participate in DeFi, right? So lending is the first one.
Yeah.
Then what are the other basic financial instruments? There are insurance. There is also option trading, right? And then credit card, secured credit card, for example, with EtherFi. Yeah. So the next step will be work with other blue chip projects to build all these fundamental financial instruments for Bitcoin.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Okay. Could we dig into some of these? We're also, good friends with the EtherFi team. How would a Bitcoin-backed credit card work? How could it look?
Yeah. So credit card, I cannot talk too much about that, but at a high level, like crypto credit card needs to be secured. You need to have some collateral.
Yeah.
Right. So Bitcoin, become collateral of it.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
And then a credit card will just, you pay your balance down, but as long as you pay your credit card balance, then you never need to worry about them selling Bitcoin.
Yeah, exactly.
Got it.
Okay.
How do you think that, in the future, as more of the financial mechanisms around Bitcoin start to be built, how do you see this changing finance in general? Do you think as people start to discover more, they will hold Bitcoin in their savings account? They will use maybe dollars to transact on a day-to-day basis, buy coffee, that sort of thing. But the savings account is in Bitcoin. Is it because, for a while people thought, oh, we'll use Bitcoin to buy coffee, right? No, none of that. Store of wealth, savings account, but we'll still use Bitcoin-backed loans in order to transact on a day-to-day basis.
Exactly. So think about it. Bitcoin is the best collateral asset for on-chain finance, right? So both for Bitcoin holders and finance service providers, right? Yeah, collateralize Bitcoin and unlock the liquidity of other assets. It's indeed the best strategy for both Bitcoin holders and for finance service providers. I can give you another example. Think about insurance. Insurance company collateralize premium from the insurees, right? So for every $1 million premium they collect, can they use all this $1 million to generate yield? Deploy it? No, they cannot. Because the regulators ask them to at least reserve half of it there in case there's a payout, right? So these $500,000 there, they cannot move it. They can only at most buy like monthly US Treasury bond. That's it. They can only use the other half million for better yield or better capital efficiency. So if they can swap this $500,000 cash reserve with Bitcoin, then they have $1 million of cash or stable coin they can fully deploy anywhere, and they can just give Bitcoin replacement some yield. Then Bitcoin holders will be very happy. So Bitcoin should be the collateral of the entire on-chain finance world.
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very true. Fisher, this is incredible. I really appreciate it. And I can see the vision how, this native Bitcoin product is starting to come out, integrated into Aave Alpha, and ultimately become a cornerstone of the financial landscape. I'm curious, as we wrap up, what are you most excited about for the week? What are you most curious about? We're just getting started. It's only Monday. How do you think the rest of this week will go? What do you expect? What are you most curious about learning from some of the people here?
Yeah. This is only my first morning talking to people here.
Yeah.
And I already bumped into quite a few excellent ideas of what you can build on top of Babylon Aave integration.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like built on top of this basic borrowing, clean borrowing primitive. There's a lot of financial services you can build on top of it.
Yeah.
So I'm like blown away by the creativity of the DeFi teams here.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
So I'm super excited.
It's incredible. Thank you so much for joining.
Yeah,
It was a pleasure. We'll see you next time.
Yeah, thank you.
On the roll. Thank you so
thank
much.
you very much.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, guys. Well, that was Fisher Yu from Babylon. You guys heard about the partnership between Babylon and Aave Alpha. We're gonna be right back. Quick commercial break. Don't go anywhere. And stay tuned. Plenty more amazing guests here today. DeFi Day from EthCC in Cannes.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back at DeFi Day in Cannes. It is March 30th. We're here, powered by our friends at Aave. Let's give Aave some love, man. These guys are crushing out here. Great event. We got Johann from Chainlink talking to us today about the recent Aave news and more. Guys, I'm actually gung-ho from the tokenization conversations from DAS last week. Guys, let's give him a round of applause. He's in the building with us here.
Thank you.
Johann, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
And,
good to be here.
Thank you for being here.
Absolutely. It's my pleasure.
How's France treating you?
Well, look, I'm French, right?
Okay.
So I'm used to being here. I like it. It's always a good place.
Yeah, it's a nice conference, right? It's nice weather this time of year.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's actually much more mellow than last year in terms of weather. Very good. And I can notice the energy. People seem very hyped up this year.
Okay, good, man. Well, congratulations on the integration with Aave for Chainlink SVR. I understand that Oracle's and lending markets is a nice match made in heaven for the reason of liquidation, MEV extraction, right? Understanding that during liquidation events, there are MEV extracted by block builders and by essentially kind of like these like very experienced intermediaries. Talk to us about what this means. Why does Chainlink have this SVR product? Why does it make sense for Aave? And how does this work? How much money is this going to help save Aave's users?
Yeah, it's a great question. So, look, the way to view it, our space historically has been very focused on adoption. And now we're in a new phase where we're focusing on sustainability, right? So there are value leakages all over the space. One of those is what we're solving with SVR today. SVR allows us to basically recapture value from these liquidations and give it back to the protocol and also give it back to the Chainlink Oracle network, right? So it's a rev share split today. Now, the beauty here is that we're really entering a new phase for our whole space. It's not anymore about finding use cases. We've found the use cases. We've proved the space can work. Now we're literally building the sustainable foundations to ensure that stuff we're working on will last for the next 10, 20, 30 years. SVR is one of these schemes to recapture some of this revenue to create sustainability. In terms of money, I mean, in the last few weeks, I believe this captured around $3 to $4 million in total, split across Aave and Chainlink. This is large amounts of money, we can say. And keep in mind, today lending protocols are around $50 billion, give or take. That's gonna 10x in the future. It's gonna be way, way more. So in terms of revenue, in terms of how much SVR can capture, that's just gonna go higher and higher. And it's gonna benefit both the protocol, the users of the protocol, and the Chainlink network and create very stable, sustainable foundations for what we're building here in DeFi.
Amazing. And talk to us about what that process looks like, right? Like how does somebody integrate Chainlink SVR, right? Is it a simple process?
Yeah.
And then what is the like expectations from your side on this use case with Aave?
Yeah, so starting with the first one, it's a very simple process. Today we have SVR feeds and non-SVR feeds. The idea is to go from the non-SVR feeds to the SVR-enabled feeds. The SVR-enabled feeds have the SVR mechanism built into it. They have searchers who basically look for these liquidations and are able to provide this service, right? For the protocol, super easy to set up. It literally takes 2 minutes. It's the same interface, very straightforward. From our standpoint, around 80% of DeFi protocols today are using Chainlink. We're gonna get this 80% over time moved completely to SVR. So the revenue amount in terms of what we deliver back to the DeFi space and what we deliver back to the Chainlink network is gonna 5x, 10x in the next few months. In terms of what do we provide, like what does SVR provide to Aave, right? That was the second question. Mm-hmm. It's revenue. It's getting back revenue that should be owned by the protocol. This revenue was leaked up to now. Yeah. It's going back to the protocol right now. So it's another kind of recapturing of the money. Again, the way I would view it is in a higher level lens. Our space has been ultra focused on hyper growth and hyper adoption for the next years. We're seeing just now how we can recapture some of the value we've created both for the protocols and for the Oracle networks. And SVR is just one of these symptoms of that.
Yeah. Okay. And then, based on Aave's revenue numbers, is there an estimation as to how much this could save Aave's users? Like, I think I had seen really like multiple like tens of millions of dollars.
Yeah.
Something. Is there any estimates that you guys have ran internally or seen?
I don't want to be wrong here, but I believe in the next
no
few
worries.
months it did recapture around 15 to 17 million dollars. So it's definitely
Wow.
in the tens of millions. Yeah.
Wow, awesome, man! So I just got back from New York City, DAS. It was an amazing event. It was very institutional, and this kind of big tokenization, stablecoin bull run that we're in, right?
Yeah.
Like it's absolutely firing. So much is happening in that space. So much that Chainlink is doing. You guys are powering some of Coinbase's products as well. You guys announced that last week. Man, I'm just curious from your perspective, like in this kind of tokenization, institutional adoption phase, like where are we in your view, right? Because if you think about typical kind of technology adoption cycles, you've got like the very, very early adopters, which are kind of like pioneers. Then you've got like the early adopters, then the semi-early, then the early, then the late.
Yeah.
Like where are we at in the institutional adoption cycle, do you think?
I'm going to answer in another way. So the way to look at our space and crypto, we built a system to fix the current system we have today. Meaning when Bitcoin was created, it was created out of the GFC in 2008,
Yes.
right? Our space has no use case if the system around it is not completely broken. And every time the system around us breaks, our space gets accelerated quicker, okay? What do I mean by this? Today, we're seeing a new crisis come around the world with a crisis in the Middle East. And every time we see this crisis, it's an acceleration trend for our space. Our space gets adopted way quicker. If you want to look at DeFi summer, when was DeFi summer? COVID, 2020. What happened in COVID? Huge crisis, right? Everything went belly up. People started mistrusting the system, and they went on chain because they mistrusted the current system. It's gonna be the same today. What did we see the first day of the Middle East crisis? It was on a Saturday. What happened? Commodities being traded on chain went from a few millions to hundreds of millions in 1 or 2 days.
Yeah, it's insane.
Right? Exactly. Polymarket, how is Polymarket getting adopted? People trust less and less the legacy media. They need a new way to get information, to see the truth. Where do they go? They go to Polymarket. They go on chain. So the way to judge how much our space gets adopted is to look at how much the system breaks down around us, because that's the paradox of our space. The more the system breaks down, the more quickly we get adopted.
Yeah.
And, the system is not super good right now.
The system's breaking down right now, so we're gonna get more adoption. Okay, so maybe we're still early.
I think we're still early, but we're also the space we're gonna see in the next few years is nothing like we're seeing today. Meaning, all of DeFi today is a result of the 2020 crisis. All of the stuff we look at today, from perp dexes to Polymarket, that was all set up in 2020. So just imagine this next crisis, which is around the corner, which is here today. That's gonna create an amount of adoption like we couldn't dream only a few years ago.
Yeah, it's interesting. That's interesting. So, what part of this tokenization, complex, are you most particularly bullish on or excited about? Is it the equity side? Is it some specific type of market on chain? Like, where do you think you're gonna see the most adoption from the Chainlink side? What is something that you're particularly most excited about on the tokenization spectrum?
So we have two key things we're doing on tokenization. The first one is we're working with perp dexes to bring them commodities data, equities data, stocks, RWAs, etc. And there we've got an adoption by most of the perp dexes basically. The second big thing is these tokenized assets need to have utility on chain. The main issue we've had historically with RWAs is they have no use case on chain. What do you do with an RWA? You can't use it as collateral. You can't trade it. You can't move it around chains. That's been the biggest blockers. That's what we've been solving for the last years, basically. So one key thing we're working on, and we had the Amundi announcement a few weeks ago, it's around how do we bring utility to these RWAs. Utility, you can do it through technical means. For instance, whenever we set up a data feed, we enable these RWAs to be used into DeFi. Whenever we set up cross-chain for these RWAs, we enable them to go to new chains so they can find new buyers, right? So two things. First one is getting data for perp dexes, because I think here there is a huge use case that's happening today where perp dexes are becoming more and more the trading venue for commodities and for equities. And the second big thing is we need distribution on chain. And to get distribution, you need key things like cross-chain, like data, like compliance. That's all the stuff we're working on to unlock this distribution.
Yeah, yeah, of course. And so do you think that this Amundi announcement is significant in Chainlink's kind of institutional growth, or is it just another one?
I think it's a big milestone for European adoption mainly. It's the top asset manager in Europe. One of the top ones globally. I think it's probably the biggest tokenization project we've seen out of Europe up to now. This tells me, look, we've had tokenization projects all over the world. So we've seen the adoption pick up in different regions. Europe was the one which wasn't moving as fast as the others, and I can see it catching up very, very quickly right now. So to me, it's a big milestone for adoption inside this particular space.
Yeah, 100%. No, I mean, that's so classic, man. Europe is behind.
Yeah, but you know, like they do move slow and then they go fast, as far as I can tell.
The French, man, everything is better in Paris, huh?
Well, you know, like no, food is better. So
No,
sorry, but
come
food
on,
is way
man.
better.
Come on, man, everything is better in Paris, huh? Oh man, well, on the European adoption front, is it significantly slower than the traction in America for Chainlink? Is that yeah?
I actually don't think so. I think tokenization has been slower. If you look at DeFi, Aave is European, right? Like we've had tons of DeFi teams happening in Europe. I think one thing why DeFi was so good for Europeans is because they've been so constrained by regulations, where being creative and creating stuff in Europe, while we're creators and builders at core, that's been restricted, right? Where was the one place where we could actually build stuff quickly with
DeFi,
no...
man.
Exactly. So
Yes,
that's
sir.
why DeFi, if you look at the DeFi space, it's highly, highly European. Like Sky MakerDAO was European.
Yeah.
Aave is European. I could go on and on, right? So that's where the power of innovation that's been compressed for so long has kind of been unleashed throughout the last years, I would say.
Yeah, definitely. When it comes to Chainlink's kind of future here, what does this look like for Chainlink? Like, where is Chainlink by the end of the decade? I know it's a hard question or hard to kind of visualize, but as you can kind of correlate this idea around the current crisis that we're going through, the adoption explosion of tokenized commodity trading, for example, what does Chainlink's brand look like in 3 to 5 years? What's that scale actually look like in your mind?
That's a good question. Okay, so look at the space in 2 steps. First one was DeFi Summer. DeFi Summer gave us the space we know today. Perp dexes, prediction markets, lending protocols. All of that stuff is built on Chainlink. If you look at the value we secure today, it's like 80% of the whole space. Most prediction markets you know of today, including Polymarket, they use Chainlink. Perp dexes, they use Chainlink. So we've been at the root of this transformation. We're about to go to a second stage of adoption for our space because we're entering a second crisis. That second stage, we're going to be again at the root of this transformation. That stage is going to be moving everything TradFi on-chain, moving all the off-chain systems on the blockchain, okay? Now, for this, you need key features. You need data on-chain. You need interoperability. You need orchestration of off-chain systems on-chain. You need privacy, you need compliance. We've been building a platform that does all of these things, right? So just like we're at the very root of this first transformation of DeFi Summer, we're gonna be at the very root of the next transformation, which is the tokenization of the whole world on chain. And it's not me saying we're gonna be there, we're already there, right? It's just gonna get way, way bigger. It's gonna be 1000x from what you see today. I can guarantee you the DeFi Summer growth we've seen in the last few years, that's going to be completely dwarfed by what we see in the coming years. The system is at a tipping point, completely tipping point. And that's really the paradox of our industry. When when the world gets very dark, our industry shines the most, okay? And I think we're gonna be at the root of this transformation we'll see in the coming years.
And what would you say are the core pillars of this transformation? So all of traditional finance on chain, give us a bit more.
Sure. All the payments will be on chain. All the assets will be on chain. All the information will be on chain. Information is the way you perceive the world. You're gonna see more and more the world through the lenses of things like prediction markets. Payments are gonna need to go on new neutral rails, okay? Because the old payment methods were built on an assumption, which is the whole world trusts each other. Countries trust each other, institutions trust each other, etc. That's not really the case anymore, right? Now you have tariffs and you have war. Trust is kind of gone. You're gonna need to rebuild trust on new neutral platforms, like Chainlink, like Ethereum, etc. Right? And assets are better on chain. If you do the payments on chain, you're gonna need to have the assets on chain. So that I think are the key pillars: information, payments, assets, all on chain.
Man, wow, wow,
exciting.
Yeah, man. I mean, this crisis is not great.
No, but look, there are two ways to look at it. You can either, the world is bleak. Every foundation, everything dies at some point, right? Every system. The people who are realists, they say, okay, it's gonna die. Let's build the future. What matters is that you build a better future than what you had before, right? That's why Bitcoin is so good, because Bitcoin was basically a supposition that the money system would collapse at some point, right? It's happening. And that's why Ethereum is so good, because it was assumptions that at some point people wouldn't trust institutions, countries wouldn't trust each other, and there would need to be a new system. I think it's actually a privilege we have to be working on some things that can rebuild the world in a better way. I see everyone talking about AI is so great, etc. Frankly, AI only makes the issues of our time even worse. It doesn't really help us get out of this bad system. It enhances the problems in many ways.
I was going to ask you that. Do you think the prevalence of AI and the growth of AI improves Chainlink's position in the world?
So I think there are sorry to cut you off. There are two ways to see AI. One is it can enhance what we do here. So enhanced risk management, enhanced threat detection. All of that stuff can be used by Chainlink. If we can have oracles do direct risk management through AI models, that's super advantageous. If we're able to remodel parameters of DeFi protocols like Aave, for instance, through AI risk management, super interesting to look at. You can add redundancy in terms of security. You can do tons of amazing things. There are other things that AI does which are not so good for the world. One is information. Information, social media, like the way we perceive realities on information, right? With AI, we're now able to fake reality more and more. What type of world does it create where you can't perceive truth? You can't even understand what's real and what's not because deep fakes have become so good. You can manipulate the market by putting out false information out there and making it seem real with AI. I mean, that's a really scary reality. That's probably going to be one of the key things we need to tackle on blockchain, through Chainlink, through things like Ethereum, by recreating real truth, real information away from AI over-inflated information that we're getting today, right? So I think AI has good, has bad, like anything else, and I hope the good can shine through because we're able to enhance it through things like blockchains, basically.
Yeah. Do you think that Chainlink can be AI native? Like, can Chainlink operate as a technology for agents in the real world?
Absolutely. I think we could have agents use things like CRE to be able to directly feed code on chain and be able to create applications on chain, right? I think you can manage risk directly through AI agents. I think you can have AI agents be able to do cross-chain transactions from one to the next using Chainlink, right? So everything AI needs can actually be solved through Chainlink. What I think we need to focus on is how do we make AI better. I don't think we should be giving away the how would I say that? I don't think we want to trust AI too much as an industry, meaning we shouldn't go all in into AI right now. It's way too early. I think what we should be focusing on is how do we solve the biggest issues AI has, right? For instance, information consensus, where we can basically detect what's true and what's not with AI, is interesting. Another big thing I would consider is how AI can be used for prediction markets. We work with many prediction markets today. AI oracles are very useful for them because there are things you simply can't resolve without AI. Things like is Zelensky going to wear a suit today? I don't know, right? Like we need a source for that that's actually viable. AI can do that. It can aggregate many different news media, news outlets, and be able to give you an answer, right? So AI has lots of stuff it can do for us. But again, it's too early to go all in on AI. It's not the safest right now. I think a lot of, I was reading a document last week. AI hallucinates in like 20-30% of cases. It gives you an answer and it doesn't even know if it's true. It basically cannot tell you that it's wrong. It cannot tell you, I don't know. AI can never say it doesn't know, which is a very big issue. When you talk to a human, one of the biggest things you want to know about them, are they honest or no? When you ask them a question, do you know or do you not know? If you don't know, that's fine. Tell me yes or no, right? AI never says no. It always says, yes, I know, which is a big, big issue. You cannot have systems run lots of security, lots of money on top of a yes man, which is exactly what AI is today.
Wow.
You see?
Incredible. So true. I mean, man, so do you think that like Chainlink or that any sort of like blockchain technology could be like a truth layer for agents and for AI? How would that work?
I think consensus would be one of the key things. AI today has a big issue with consensus. AI is a closed box where you basically have one AI, another AI, a human, they all disagree, right? What our space does well is coordination and consensus at scale. That's what Ethereum is, that's what Bitcoin is. We all come to truth on one single event. The state of a blockchain for Bitcoin and Ethereum, the state of a data point for Chainlink. What Chainlink is consensus on data. It's getting multiple node operators to agree on the price of gold at any given moment, or Bitcoin or silver, right? Being able to aggregate information by using multiple AI sources, multiple news media, multiple sources, and then come to truth based on consensus. That's how we create truth at scale for AI.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. Last thing for you on the AI side here with Chainlink. Is there an area right now where you guys are most focused on AI? Like who on the team is like? Is there a team for it internally?
Yeah.
Like what are you guys doing to embrace it?
We have one big focus which has been going on for a while, which is prediction markets with AI. So again, being able to resolve any market out there through aggregation of multiple AIs. The other big one is agents being able to use CRE for things like risk management, threat detection, dynamic threat prevention, for instance. So basically, and I think it's actually useful to go back a bit, explain what CRE is. CRE is an orchestration layer where you can work with on-chain code to feed anything on-chain, right? The main use case has been, how can I bring an off-chain workflow from off-chain to on-chain? Okay, for TradFi, for instance. But this can do much more. If you have AI agents, be able to set up code on CRE and then sell their code to developers, to smart contract application developers in DeFi, etc., for specific use cases like threat detection, like risk management, etc. You could have a marketplace of AI agents building Chainlink oracles, each one suited to a different use case, each one suited to a different problem. Risk detection, LTV collateral rebalancing, threat management, all of those things into a marketplace of AI agents, right? That's one big thing we've been researching for a little while, which I'm very excited about also.
Awesome. Johann, man, hope you have a great rest of your week here in Canada. It's an amazing event. Thank you for joining us, man.
Absolutely, pleasure.
And totally a fun time. Guys, that is Chainlink, that is AI, that is the future of what's happening here in France, in Europe. Europe is not far behind. They're coming for you, Americans. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be right back with our next guest. Thanks for being here. Shout out to Aave, man. See you guys in a few.
back.
We're so back, guys. It is DeFi Day in Cannes, 2026, March 30th.
Andy, we're in Cannes. Unbutton a button. Take it off.
No, sir. I just did a panel. I just did a panel with MasterCard, Bridge, a couple other folks, and the MasterCard guy said directly, he said, look, I'm sure there's a journalist in the crowd, and so they're going to write this, but we don't think that cards are the best payment method for the agentic future. We think there's going to be a lot of micro payments and metered payments, and that this is going to cause essentially problems for the current state of card architecture, and then went on to say that stablecoins are likely the future for agentic payments on chain. And he said this in front of probably 250 people, and it was massive. I mean, this isn't anything that we, maybe didn't already know, Rob, but the fact that he comes on stage, addresses the fact that someone's gonna probably pick this up, and then says it in such a bullish way is insane.
What is this, TBPN? We're talking about agentic tokenized financing?
Dude, agentic payments.
Agentic payments, stable coins for agents?
Guys, we got the tokenization lead
of Baillie Gifford.
Coming right up.
Yeah,
Rob,
Theo Golden.
we just had an insane week at
DAS.
DAS.
Yes.
And there was a lot of tokenization talk.
Yes.
I'm still bringing that same kind of energy and that same flow from DAS.
What do
you expect out of Baillie Gifford's tokenization lead here?
Yeah, I think Baillie Gifford is a premier partner here. I think Theo Golden is going to be talking a lot about tokenization and digital assets. And we're going to bring him right up. He's just entering the space here in just a moment. And so we're going to bring him up. The tokenization lead at Baillie Gifford, live from DeFi Day at EthCC. And so we're going to be chatting about RWAs, why they're not at $1 trillion yet. And how we're going to boost these numbers up. We were coming off of digital assets last week, Digital Asset Summit in New York City, and now we're here in Cannes. We've got Theo Golden right here with us now. Theo, welcome to the show.
Great to meet you, man.
Yeah,
great to meet you.
absolute pleasure. How you feeling?
Yeah, great. It's great to be here. It's people keep on saying DeFi is dead, and look at this crowd. I mean, it's absolutely heaving. It's very much alive and kicking, and we're having a lot of fun. So it's great to be here, and thanks for having me.
Absolutely incredible. I mean, we can't agree anymore. I'm just curious, maybe for anyone who's unfamiliar, Baillie Gifford has entered the digital asset space, the tokenization space. Why don't we get a primer on Baillie Gifford for anyone who's unfamiliar, and then we'll get into what exactly Baillie Gifford is doing in the tokenization space.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Baillie Gifford, we're kind of one of the biggest UK asset managers we run about $300 billion of assets under management across like public equity, private equity, fixed income, multi-asset. We're based in Scotland, which is beautiful, but kind of less familiar. But we're kind of a very active house. So we only run active products where we're adding value through our investments and our kind of investment process. We kind of particularly specialize in high growth equity investing. One of the kind of most famous investors in SpaceX, early in Tesla, and we're in the Anthropic, Revolut, etc. But BG as a whole, we kind of we tend to think in decades, not quarters, and that's really our edge. We have a very, very long term view, and for us, crypto, digital assets, that's firmly within that, and we seek to invest in the most innovative companies, and really with crypto, we're looking to almost disrupt ourselves and bring that innovation in house and be kind of a really, I guess, positive influence in how we can help. Crypto native teams really scale up in a way where they're kind of building products that institutions are gonna not just know and use, but also love in time.
And as the tokenization lead at BG, Baillie Gifford, what does your day-to-day look like? Are you helping more crypto native teams? Are you educating a lot of the traditional financial institutions, helping bridge the gap, bring them on chain? What does your day look like on a normal basis?
The day is long, but it's very fun. It's a bit of everything. So I also run a bit of money as well myself. So I run a bond portfolio as well. But in my tokenization role, I'm very much focused on building kind of tokenized funds. We can talk about that for fully native tokenized funds, what that looks like, and how we do that in a way which is kind of both DeFi native, but kind of regulatory compliant, and is in a way which our existing client book not only would be applicable to, but also would is better to the extent where they would want to move over from traditional product. The other side is working with crypto native teams, helping them think about how they go from just being kind of a point in time product to being a scalable platform across, and basically cannibalizing ingrained intermediated parts of the TradFi market and really taking them into the regulatory clear area and thinking about how do they beat the incumbents. And as you say, talking to our existing client base, helping them educate why use a tokenized product? Why, what do you need to go and buy a tokenized product? Like, what's the utility beyond just simply, owning a mutual fund or something like that, and taking them on that journey. And because BG is a kind of, we're a private partnership, we don't have any external shareholders. There's kind of a trust element. We're not trying to extract anything from them. We're just simply being kind of subject matter experts and taking them on that journey.
So let's start here with the sophisticated investor, that end user, that customer. Why is it better, right? Because we've talked a lot about how tokenization can help make a lot of these markets more efficient, lower settlement times, ultimately provide some value in terms of understanding better risk topology as far as where the money is at any given time. Lower settlement times unlock a lot of idle capital. But a lot of those efficiencies happen at the enterprise level. They can save a lot of money, increase their bottom line, but ultimately, from the end user perspective, it may still look like the same security through a broker dealer that they're used to purchasing. So what is the benefit of tokenization for the end user?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, maybe taking a bit of a journey here. So like when at Baillie Gifford, we think about anything we do in the crypto space has to be what we call the same but better. And we say so anything we do in terms of product creation needs to meet the same standards, the same structuring, same quality, same ownership rights that we do in the traditional space, but it needs to have a but better element. And that can come in many different veins. That can come from, better utility, the ability to post it as collateral, get kind of, or be it through composability, being able to build like a vertically integrated kind of portfolio across a stack. It can be through speed, efficiency, but it can also be cost. And Baillie Gifford is slightly different to other people. When we save costs, we pass it on to the end customer. Right. We don't enhance our bottom line. We see that there is that we're able to do that because we don't have external shareholders, and we say, look, there is a fair market value to investment expertise. That's what we currently charge. We don't extract any value above that or below that. We simply know what we're good at and we do that. And anything that because ultimately, if we're saving costs for customers, we're also enhancing their outcome in terms of better financial outcomes. 2 basis point, saving over 10 years will compound over a 60-year life or a savings life. That will compound over time and be truly meaningful. Yeah. And so it's in our message, it's in our fiduciary duty to pass that on to customers. Some of the use cases I get particularly excited about. There's obviously the collateral piece for money market funds, being able to post collateral to kind of, enhance like FX efficiency, meet, cash mismatches. So I'm not having to sell down parts of my portfolio and then buy them back 2 days later just to meet a 2-day funding cycle. Those things, they're quite obvious, but they're very kind of, for the end kind of customer, for retail particularly, they feel quite unfamiliar. That's much more for me with my portfolio manager hat on. That feels, a nice warm and cuddly thing that I'd like to do. Yeah. For end retail, it's much more about getting access to kind of services that you wouldn't have otherwise had. Aave's here today talking about kind of, we're thinking about borrow lend, etc., being able to essentially use your capital, collateralize your capital in a way where maybe, the top 10%, 1% of asset holders are able to do because they have access to private banks or something like that. So democratizing access to those services. The other thing that I think is super important is, I talk about tokenized funds in particular being a little bit like a gateway drug for TradFi, because what it enables us is to build the operating stack that we need to touch tokenized assets. And once, you've got your digital asset custodian, you've got your digital transfer agent, you've got all of these things, you can then start to build fully on-chain stacks and be a player in underlying tokenized securities. We're a big investor in US stocks. I'd love to run a fully on-chain US stock portfolio, which has just run out of a vault. Well, guess what? My cost of running that fund probably drops about 60 basis points, and I can pass that on to customers. So that's when, those folks really get to feel the full utility. The last thing I was going to say is, in terms of some of the stuff that feels a bit unfamiliar to people in retail, I think people forget that a lot of retail flow is then packaged into institutional flow. Yep. If you're going through a Vanguard, a BlackRock, you are buying, often institutional, it's being packaged into an institutional product and then often goes and, is then like goes through the financial system, etc. So even those things that feel a bit distant and weird, and like things like collateral for FX or, composable portfolios or funding cycles, all those things, or even just custody and TA, them becoming fully on-chain and native, dropping that cost, dropping the human error, dropping the manual processes, that will have tangible value. It feels several orders removed. We like to think about it as in, if we get this right as a traditional finance and a decentralized finance community and coming together as finance, we are going to basically improve the risk-adjusted outcomes for everyone in this space, because you'll be reducing the human error, the operational risk. It simply just becomes the tech risk of being on chain. And hopefully you can also save costs, which will increase the financial outcomes. And if you pull that all together, you should be getting a better kind of Sharpe ratio for your assets.
So that's the better piece. But you also mentioned like as secure, right? Because you are taking the on-chain risk, and maybe you're minimizing a lot of these other risks. You're making things more efficient, ultimately passing on the lower cost in terms of cost savings to the end user, the end customer. But I really like your framing this, the same but better. And so talk to us about how on-chain risk might compare to some of the human error and some of these risks that you're mentioning that are currently embedded into the system in the off-chain system. How does the on-chain risk compare to what is currently in place?
For sure, yeah. So there's a couple of things. What do we mean by the same in the first instance as well? When we tokenized the first fully native tokenized fund in the UK, which was actually the strategic bond fund, and we did that. And what we mean by fully native, we mean on-chain books and records. So we're utilizing the blockchain as the legal source of truth of ownership 24/7. Come back to that in a bit because it leads into your question. Yeah. And then the second piece is also it's fully native. So there's no kind of SPV, there's no beneficial ownership structure, there's no extra layer of cost risk and particularly counterparty risk.
And this is the direct tokenization model.
Yeah.
Recently, we've heard quite a bit about the wrapped token model. Yeah. Anything to say, just as a quick tangent on wrapped tokens for tokenized equities, tokenized funds?
Yeah, I think so. Look, to me, different product has different meaning to different people, right? And, it's really about building products that really fulfills the risk profile that different customers want to hit. So, for example, the wrapped token makes a lot of sense for particularly retail. They want access to the asset. They want it in the form that they want it in. They don't care as much, potentially as about like corporate actions, pay disputes. They don't mind that it's in an SPV out of the British Virgin Islands. They just want access. They just want to deploy. That's fine, and that works for a lot of people, and they're doing really well. And I think that's going to have really strong, the Ondo models of the world is going to really have traction long term because they will have potentially greater utility because of the aspects of being I guess more fully on chain. They're not limited by the structure that's off chain. With the direct issuance model, what you're getting, and this is what's going to be appropriate for the institutions, so like the next 600, almost 700 trillion of assets that come on chain is like, for our mandates, we can't take that extra layer of counterparty risk, and we don't really want to because we don't have to today. And so if you're trying to say to people, this is better, this is, there's cost involved in that CapEx to come on chain, and you can only do that. You won't do that if you think you're going to get a worse product. And so the direct issuance model, where you have direct recourse to the underlying, you have regulatory clarity, you have the ability to in specie your assets out of the structure, you have the ability to pay, vote on next Elon Musk pay dispute or whatever it is. We have a fiduciary duty to do those things. Our mandates compel us to own those structures. We are heavily regulated institutions, and so direct issuance is basically going to be the model that we're forced buyers of that.
Got it. So this is part of the on-chain risk, but the risk on-chain is somewhat dependent upon the tokenization model.
Exactly, and the wrap model adds layers of risk, but it adds layers of potential more utility. So it's a different Sharpe ratio, right? It's a different. They're different trades if you think about it, and that's how we tend to kind of think about it, because there will be things that we might do that the wrap model might be more appropriate for. There'll be particularly if we're trying to onboard our existing book into crypto, they're only going to want to buy the direct model. So we have to play flexible. We have to be making sure that we're getting the right product to the right people and being that kind of institution of trust, but also kind of the institution of trust with DeFi ideals. Yeah. So with the ideals of self-custody, with the ideals of 24/7, and not exaggerated counterparty risk. Yeah. To your point about like what are the kind of the savings for people about being on chain, like what's actually better the big one for me is like transfer agency. Like this is potentially the most boring part of TradFi, which is
sometimes the most effective.
Yeah, who owns what at what point, right? And in a mutual fund or a UCITS fund, we basically go daily. We go, this person, this is the shareholder list, right? We go once a day. these people own this fund, this is who our clients are, these are the beneficial owners, right? If you start to use the blockchain as the legal source of truth, you get two extra things. Firstly, it drops the human error risk. You drops the kind of the reconciliations that you have to do. You just have one legal source of truth, which is automated. We like to say that tokenization is just unitization on steroids, because it's just programmatic unitization. The second component is also, once you start to do that, you're able to do it, outside of that 1 business day 1 hour every business day. And that's really important, because we want assets to be traded. We want people to use and not be limited by our cash flow requirements. And if you are 24/7, then that's great. It's important to say, but that's only really available right now in particularly for tokenized funds where they have an on-chain books and records, and most tokenized funds in the market don't. They have what's called a mirror book or a hybrid book, where they basically have a proxy shareholder register on chain, but it's syncing once a day to the legal source of truth.
Right. This is the represented share of tokenized assets right now.
Yeah.
Which if you can go on rwa.xyz and you can see the split, and the predominant share of RWAs are this representative form where they're sort of just using the blockchain as an accounting layer. They're not tracking the pure, true ownership of these assets using the blockchain.
And they're not legally, but they don't have legal recourse.
Right.
So, for example, like the source of truth is the thing that has that once a day kind of point in time sync. So trading between, you're taking counterparty risk in that moment.
Yeah. How long has this method been available to us? I know in the US it's only been recently that we've gotten some regulatory clarity in terms of, hey, these things are digital securities. There's no disputing that. What do you think was the trigger moment that ultimately opened the floodgates? And now we're seeing firms like Baillie, Gifford. We're seeing more firms like Morgan Stanley and others. I'll get back to Morgan Stanley in a second, but we're seeing more and more of these institutions finally, open their doors to tokenized funds and start to issue assets on chain.
Yeah, I think so. So in terms of like the ability to do on-chain books of records, it's been pretty new. So they, Benji and Franklin's tokenized fund, they can use on-chain books and records in their Lux UCITS. We can use it for the FCA vehicle that we had, and but we had to get like special permissions for that. Really? We had to it wasn't just like a uniform like blanket approach. That's increasingly, we think, changing. I think especially as the regulators are doing an amazing job, and they're thinking kind of, how do we get best in class as a jurisdiction, and that's been brilliant. So it's also worth weighing up that doing an on-chain books and records takes longer through compliance, it takes through legal, through regulation, but it does have it's harder to do, right? But once you've done it, the kind of incremental cost saving over time, the ROI of that process is very high.
Who's in the position to be disrupted the most as a result of the direct tokenization model? My understanding right now is that we do have some broker dealers where the broker owns all of the shares, and then it deals the shares to its end customers in terms of the retail users that are using the broker-dealer platform. Are those firms about to be disrupted as we have this moment that unleashes peer-to-peer finance? These shareholders are able to own tokenized shares directly without needing a broker-dealer of sorts?
I think, look, a broker-dealer is a certain type of license. It's still incredibly important, and broker-dealers will have particularly a role in secondary market liquidity, and those sort of things, and the kind of the distribution. Like, it will start to just look more like a TradFi-esque distribution relationship, but there will be kind of less kind of intermediaries between them. Yeah. So you might go, there's a really good study by Dr. King, which kind of said in the UK, there are 19 intermediaries from pound to product. Pound as being our kind of our currency to product, right? Yeah. And I think what you're basically is seeing, that 19 might go down to 3. Okay. It might be issuer, broker, dealer, wallet, that sort of model, and that reduction, and you might be like, you'll be reducing the custody might be on chain, the TA might be on chain, the fund admin might be on chain if these assets underlying us are on chain as well.
And so, I haven't seen this unpacking, this unbundling of these 19 intermediaries. If you could just call out maybe one or two, who do you think are most at risk in that stack?
I think like a lot of them change, and they become so TA becomes less of a record keeping role, and it becomes more of a KYC role, and it becomes more of like a uniform product, probably with custody. You see like the big banks moving that, most big banks don't really make a huge amount of money on their custody business. Custody is a cross-selling thing. They bring you in as custody and then they try and cross-sell you TA, etc. And I think that's going to be the same thing here. They're going to, TA that actually become like a KYC AML program. I think they'll change. I think the biggest ones who get disrupted are kind of like, particularly the kind of, I guess, kind of the AJ Bells of the world, where you're kind of your distributors in that respect, where, particularly in a world of AI, when you can get, wealth management advice, at the click of a finger, and you're just simply getting it potentially in wallet, as we know a lot of wallet producers want to do that. Those sort of players, their kind of, value add is already questionable, but, charging 30 basis points for a platform fee, you really start to question, are they required? And I guess the key point here is that the D2C model, the direct to consumer model, is much easier to do in a tokenized world because you're not having to have, APIs for every fund, every product. You just have oracles that sit on chain. So the hurdle rate to access is lower. The hurdle rate to being a financial participant is lower. And the ability for us to have direct relationships with them is higher. So I think those are going to be the big disruptions. And I think, I actually think the banks could be relatively big winners of this. I always say to people, particularly when talking to startups, there's two ways of disrupting. The technology is disruptive, or your company is disruptive. And for a lot of places now, the technology is disruptive, and it's very hard to disrupt incumbents if the incumbent itself is disrupting itself, right? And I think that's particularly true in this space. So I think there is a massive opportunity if the banks particularly don't let bureaucracy get in the way, and they're able to really empower the people. We have fantastic people now in those seats at the banks. I think we've seen that, particularly in the last couple of weeks, to kind of get out of their way and enable them to innovate in a really, really creative manner. I think they have the ability to be phenomenal winners in this space.
And same goes for the asset managers as well. You guys are doing incredible, you're extremely forward thinking and fast paced. BlackRock as well is doing incredible things as part of supporting tokenization as a whole, almost disrupting themselves before they can be disrupted. Very much an adapt or die mentality, and they're choosing to adapt. Only a couple questions left for you. You mentioned working with startups, working with some crypto native teams. Same question, maybe just from the other side. Who do you think are the crypto native teams that are most poised to do the disrupting?
It's very interesting. I won't mention any names, but I think that the players who really the best way to, I think the best example. You can name names if you want. The best example I think is those who are thinking about being institutional first. And but with the kind of principles of DeFi. And so I think the players who are trying to basically, I always say don't overcomplicate it at the start. As soon as you add complexity at the beginning, you've lost. And so you don't want to necessarily reinvent the wheel, because finance is actually pretty efficient. What you're trying to do is take things that already work today and just make them quicker, faster, better, automated, lower counterparty risk, all of those things. And we've seen a lot of players come to the space who are thinking, okay, this thing already exists off chain. For on-chain assets to have a real flywheel effect, this thing is also. So I always think about secondary market trading. Like, market makers are actually a really big winner, I think, in this space. And their ability to, as you take air gaps out of, the cash settlement cycle, well, if you take air gaps out, you need to put liquidity in. So liquidity providers, I think, are going to have, particularly in the meantime, have an ability to almost name their price. I think that's going to be really important. But the secondary market liquidity piece as well is really interesting. We need to be in a world where tokenized funds can be traded, make a market in them, and we're not taking 2% haircuts. Because, ultimately, if you're taking a 2% haircut on an underlying portfolio, what was the point in doing it in the first place? Unless you're a forced seller. So I think those things are going to be really important. And then I think stable coins are the thing that have real impact in the real world today. And so anything which is kind of stablecoin adjacent infrastructure, which actually makes them usable across the stack rather than just simply, payments, just in time payments, because actually most players, corporates, banks, etc., don't want to be just in time. Actually, there's a premium you're willing to pay. There's a cost of carry that you're willing to pay for peace of mind as an issuer, as a CFO. And so people who are able to take stablecoins beyond just simply the kind of the cross-border just-in-time payments piece and expand it out beyond just yield as well, just expand it out across the stack through the banking system, they're going to be the real big winners. And that might not be issuers, that might be infrastructure, that might be might be market makers. So I think I guess the big thesis I would leave you on this question is currently in finance, you have vertical leaders, you have asset managers, you have banks, you have exchanges, etc. You have these vertical leaders who define a category. In the next 10 years, I think there's going to be basically a complete breakdown in those barriers, and you're just going to have expanding TAMs, tangible addressable market, but they will be collapsing into each other. So wallet providers will be competing with exchanges, banks will be competing with asset managers will be competing, with direct lenders and like. The competition is people will be cross verticals, and they'll be able to, because the technology reduces the edge that you have in a particular vertical, it allows you to both compete but also have to defend. Yeah. And so I think the big thing is that you're going to have this TAM grow as a collective, as finance, but we're going to be able to essentially move between those verticals and not just be defined by the thing we already do today.
Yeah, incredible. I feel like we could go for another hour, but I think that was such a great point to leave off on, because it really does open up our minds as to how these colliding worlds might start to intersect with one another, and what could potentially shake out as a result. And so I'm gonna let that one marinate, and would love to do it again sometime soon.
Thank you for having me.
Appreciate you coming on.
Really appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Yeah. Cheers. All right. That was Theo Golden of Baillie Gifford, one of the largest asset managers in the UK. Absolutely incredible, guys. We're just cruising here at DeFi Day. Andy and I just trading off today. Glad I got to do Theo. Really incredible. I mean, opens our eyes after so many great conversations about tokenization, about digital assets at the Digital Asset Summit. We're just continuing this because this is ultimately where the industry is headed. And so it has carried over from New York City at the Digital Asset Summit, ultimately to EthCC in Cannes, because these worlds really are colliding. Over there, you heard us talk to Franklin Templeton, Wisdom Tree, Superstate, Securitize, Ondo, some of the companies that are leading the tokenization race. And now we're hearing from some of the largest asset managers in Europe. So no surprise there. We are communicating with natives every single day, and we have some of the largest players in the space going from continent to continent every single day. My co-host is going to join. Why don't you have a seat?
Yes, sir.
My great co-host.
Yes, sir.
Andrew joins the show.
Just did the LinkedIn docs. I'm officially Andy Kavanaugh on LinkedIn here. We got Martin de Rijke from Maple. I'm going to guess he's from the Netherlands, but I might be wrong. He's coming on here next. What's going on, Rob?
I'm just absolutely firing. Baillie Gifford was in here. One of the largest asset managers in the European Union. Yes. Absolutely incredible. And,
wow.
Head of tokenization, Theo Golden, just opened my eyes to how we could see these worlds collide and where we might see some of the verticalization start to unpack and start to see some crypto companies compete with some of the largest asset managers in the world.
Well, I'm about to ask Martin how he plans to get Syrup USDC up with the ranks of SUSD, S, and SUSDE, and all these other competitors in the tokenized treasury market. So we're going to take a quick break. We're going to get Martin up here. We're going to get him firing.
You guys to it.
Let's get it, baby. Let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back live at the DeFi Day at Les Palais in Cannes, France. I'm here with the head of growth at Maple, a local Dutchman, Martin. Martin is going to talk to us about Maple's surreal growth in the tokenized treasury market with their Syrup USDC, Syrup USDT, their credit products, and more. Martin,
amazing
welcome to
to
the
meet
Rollup,
you,
man.
Thanks for having me. It's really exciting to be here.
Awesome,
what a
man.
scene! What a setting!
What a scene! I'm in this little closet here. Huh? We're doing all right, Martin.
Beautiful plant.
I mean, come on, you fit in with the times. It's like we're going to Saint Tropez. I think we went to one town over on accident. I think you and I were supposed to be in Saint Tropez, actually.
Yeah, later, Art, for dinner.
There you go. Martin, what's your background, man? How did you get involved with the Maple team? I know on the team there's quite a few folks with a DeFi native orientation, and then a lot of the kind of traditional finance orientation. Which one are you?
Yes, yeah. So I'm more on the DeFi side. Like to your point, most of the team is really from TradFi. And I've been in crypto since 2015, always been fascinated by finance. I started investing at a young age. And I just loved sort of the freedom that crypto brought, right? Like being sovereign and being able to just invest in all of these different cool products and, having it globally. So I joined Maple in 2022. So now real OG, been here for 4 years, been through the cycles, right? Seen the highs and the lows. And yeah, what a journey! What a journey!
What a
really,
journey
really excited,
huh? So what? Syrup Syrup USDC sitting at $1.3 billion right now, I believe. Syrup USDT just under $1 billion, I think. So that's about $2.2 billion in tokenized treasuries on Maple. Man, how did that happen?
Yes, yeah, it was a journey. Actually, it just went across $1 billion.
Okay,
so actually,
we're at about 2.3.
over the weekend.
Awesome.
Exactly. So
awesome.
It's really, really exciting. So now 2 assets over $1 billion, making us the only, on-chain asset manager. There's like 2 different dollar-based assets above $1 billion. So how did it happen? Yeah, it's, I always say the product. The product is just phenomenal. It's institutional, over-collateralized lending, right? It's super scalable. It's over-collateralized. So, it's very safe. And it can take a lot of scale, right? Like we, as we sort of take in deposits, even this quarter, we've grown by 800 million in deposits, right? Seen phenomenal growth. And we continue to deliver sort of outsized yields to the market. So, I think the growth will keep going for a long time. As we're just starting to tap into what this market can offer.
Man, so there's this ongoing private credit crunch happening in the States. Apollo, a couple big other funds are limiting redemptions on their private credit funds. We had Jeff Park on the show talking about why the folks who love private credit are very different than the folks who like Bitcoin. Why? Because private credit typically isn't marked to market. It's when you invest into it, it's kind of at one level consistently. It doesn't really change in terms of its kind of like market price. Bitcoin, very volatile. You get what you get. It's kind of marked to market every second, every block. Does Maple have any exposure to this private credit situation, or how do you guys think about what's happening in the private credit market as it pertains to what you guys are doing at Maple?
Yes, excellent question. So first of all, Maple has no exposure to private credit, right? Like we're not involved in that. We have looked at it, right? But exactly for those reasons, we've sort of not moved yet. And I think, Maple is sort of the best of both worlds, right? It has a mark to market at all times. People can withdraw at all times, right? And the withdrawals are pretty much instant. But it is a yield product, right? That's of course, as you say, with Bitcoin, right? It's a phenomenal asset, but it's very volatile. So, for investors that are looking for the best of Bitcoin and the best for private credit, which is, sort of transparency, yield, combining it into one, that's where Maple comes in, right? And that's why we've seen such phenomenal growth. I would say, everything that's happening with private credit right now is actually a big opportunity for us, right? Because, the private credit allocators are starting to see that, it all looked great, right? Like, well, everything is going up and the yields are sort of like being paid out. But the moment that issues show up, it's really, what's actually happening under the hood, right? Often it's quite black boxy, and then there's, sort of long time frames before you can get your redemptions in. If you can even get them, there could be losses. So, I think investors are a bit spooked, and they're now coming to on-chain vaults and on-chain strategies where you can actually see what's going on under the hood. And you can verify, the track record in real time. You can verify the performance of the strategy. You can actually see what's happening. So yeah, I would say overall it's an opportunity. Yeah, of course, there could be some pain in certain pockets. But overall, Maple is very well positioned to benefit from it over the long term.
Yeah. Yep. And so when it comes to thinking about the exposure that Maple does have, where does the yield come from in Maple's product line?
Yeah, so our core strategy is over-collateralized lending to institutions. So we take in Bitcoin, Solana, Ethereum as collateral, and we issue dollar-based loans against it. So it's very plain vanilla, right? We always have the collateral in our custody. So in case prices drop, right, we always can protect the loans by liquidating the collateral. So it's a very safe form of lending. And it's also short duration, right? So they're short duration loans, meaning that we have that attractive liquidity profile for our LPs. So this is really our core strategy. We're looking at other things, like of course RWAs are interesting, the basis trade, and there's other sort of pockets of returns in the crypto ecosystem that we're looking at. But this right now is the core of what we do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then on the revenue side for you guys, I mean, the revenues have been consistently increasing. Market isn't really pricing it in yet. I mean, we're kind of in this weird phase right now. I called it the revenue meta like a year and a half ago on Twitter, or a year ago, and I got absolutely slammed for that one, saying that there is no revenue meta. The entire meta of business since its existence has been to generate cash flows. But we were living in such a different time about a year and a half ago in the digital asset space where there wasn't much revenue. Hyperliquid came along, Maple came along, Sky came along, Athena was doing well for a while. And a lot of these names. And now the market is starting to price that in, right? With the institutional allocators coming in, all they know is DCF. They know free cash flows. They know these models of kind of like risk adjusted returns and kind of like being able to actually forecast out a protocol's growth. From the Maple side, there's been a lot of revenue growth, and it's been underappreciated how much it's growing based on the total market cap of the asset, the MPL token. Curious how you guys think about this internally, right? There's this conversation about buybacks, about investing in R&D and team. I think the market wants to see buybacks. The market wants to see token holders be treated as first-class citizens. The protocols want to invest their capital and their revenue wisely. How do you balance these two forces at play at hand here as the head of growth? What does this look like for the MPL token holders?
Yes, great question. Now, first of all, it's the Syrup token holders. So we did no worries. No, we did the migration.
Yeah.
So Syrup, should have brought my Syrup hat.
Yes, I would have taken it from you.
So to your point, last year our North Star goal was TVL, right? Like that's what we're going for. And this year our North Star goal is revenue. So very much, we're on the same train, right? Like we see revenue as the ultimate objective, right, of a healthy business. How much are clients actually willing to pay you for your product, right? Like this is very important. And I think every crypto company is going to have to do exactly that. So I fully agree with your thesis. In terms of how we approach it, right, we're still in the high growth stage. So we'll make sure that we keep investing in growth, right? We still want to make sure that we grow another 4 or 5x this year in terms of deposits, which then translates into revenue. And at the same time, we use about 20-25% of our current revenues for buybacks, right? So we actually take those tokens off the market, and whatever the price action does, right? I mean, the lower the price, the bigger the percentage you buy, right? Yeah. So I think the challenge I would say right now is that everything just sort of moves in sync, right? Although you're starting to see some real bifurcation this year, right, between assets, and I think we certainly have to do a better job at communicating, sort of like our revenue focus and all of our revenues to the market. But I think it's already starting to be picked up, and it just creates a phenomenal opportunity for everybody that starts to see this already.
Yeah, I mean, most definitely, there's starting to be some of that slight kind of dispersion in returns, obviously, and I think it'll probably pick up. What you've really seen is, as far as the dispersion goes so far, is that you've seen a lot of assets draw down significant amounts, and the ones that are kind of more fundamentally sound draw down less. And I think that's typical in markets as well, where you see like less drawdowns in assets that are high quality. The question will be like, will you see outsized returns in the more bullish phases of the market with fundamental assets as well? Or will there almost be like an imaginative ceiling on these assets because of the revenue, because of the fundamentals. It's almost like a two-sided sword. Will the market kind of come back into the memes and into other kind of like more narrative-driven stuff? Yet to be seen, but definitely an interesting proposition to kind of like run through in your mind.
For sure. Definitely. Yeah, I think crypto will always be crypto, right? There will always be short periods of speculation and people sort of like piling into assets. I definitely agree with your point. Investors being so focused on revenues, can also create the other side of the coin, right? Where there's like the ceiling on an asset. But I think ultimately, like that's how we're going to mature as an industry, right? And that's how, we'll actually grow. And in general, I think right now there's more like a shortage of capital in the space, right? And that's why a lot of things are just getting sold off.
Yeah.
Because if you actually look to the fundamental valuations of some of the coins that we've been talking about here, I mean they're really in deep value territory, right? Because right now, if you look to the multiples, it's based upon bear market conditions, right? But you can imagine in a bull market, the actual revenues and the cash flows that are being generated are really outsized.
Yeah.
So I think that I would say it's a massive opportunity for anybody that still has some dry powder after all of the drawdowns recently.
Yeah. Okay. Well, then one more question on this subject, and you don't have to answer if you can't find one or if you don't think it's appropriate. But why would anyone buy Syrup token over Hyperliquid? Hyperliquid generates more revenue, has stronger buybacks. Obviously, it's a higher market cap, but it's programmable. It's happening every day that they're scaling. Why own Syrup over Hype?
Yes. Yeah, I think instead of saying or, I would say and, right? I think, part of investing is being diversified. I mean, you don't have to be in 50 assets, right? But sort of owning a couple of really high quality names, I think is a sound strategy. And the reason that Maple is so attractive is really, we're a category of one in on-chain asset management. And I think that will continue to dominate that category, right?
Yeah.
Like you just start seeing, recently is just the amount of inflows that we're having, the amount of growth is really phenomenal. And the main reason for that is that there's a lot of players right now in the space that are attracting new deposits, right? Wallets, exchanges, sort of like all the vault curators and lending markets, and they're all attracting stable coins, right? Because a lot of people want yield. There's actually very little players that are sort of at the bottom of that generating actual yield, right? And all those stable coins ultimately need to earn yield. So what we're seeing right now is that, Syrup USDC and Syrup USDT are just getting integrated into every vault, every lending market, across every chain, because, they are reliant on our yield, right? Like if they don't generate the yield, the stablecoins are just going to go to another place, right?
Yeah.
And that's really where Maple comes in, is one of the few places that can earn that yield at scale, right? And that's, I think, that's really the opportunity, and that's what investors, are sort of looking at in that case. And of course, Perps is phenomenal, right? And Hyperliquid is incredible. I mean, incredible team, a lot of respect for what they've done. But there's also a really big delta in the valuation, right? So I think that's also where part of the opportunity comes in.
Yeah, I mean, so we've been calling this kind of convergence of finance and digital assets as like neo-finance, or this kind of this general way to think about this construct. It's not really DeFi, it's not fintech. It's kind of in the middle here in this intricate land where it's a lot of these front ends that we're used to, either on something like an Aave or something like Robinhood, but plugging in a protocol like Maple underneath. Users don't really understand what's happening underneath, but get the yields that they want on chain. As far as distribution goes, I think that's something that Maple is going to want to really try to push, and one could argue is struggling with at this current point. How do you guys expand your distribution and kind of get over this distribution woe that is probably like limiting the amount of capital that wants to get the yields available, just doesn't really know that it exists?
Right. Yeah, so the core of our strategy is to be sort of partner driven, right? So actually, if you look to a lot of, even last week you had the announcement about Aave and WAP, right? Sort of like this fintech.
Right.
And if you look to those flows, like they're going into Plasma Aave.
Yep.
And Syrup USDT is a collateral asset on Plasma Aave, right? So we are the direct beneficiaries of those flows.
Yep.
And that sort of comes back to my previous point on where does the yield ultimately come from, right? And if you actually follow sort of like the capital, you will see that very often the yield actually comes from Maple under the hood. So, whether we directly integrate with WAP or whether it's, Aave and Plasma, to Maple, it doesn't really matter, right? Like we ultimately just want to be the beneficiaries of those flows. And we will be, as long as we continue to generate that yield at scale, right? Within those sort of like within the mandate that these players are looking for. So I can tell you there's a lot of other very exciting deals on the table, sort of in a similar structure, including us being directly integrated with these players, right? Where it's like, this is a Maple, yield product, and it's very clear sort of for the end consumer what they're allocating into. And we understand, also the power in that, right? And sort of like getting our brand out there. So I think, we can do both, right? And we just want to be positioned to do both. And we'll partner with other players that need yield to deliver it for them.
Yeah, I mean, Martin, there was a to kind of push back on this kind of plasma WAP idea and just general RWAs or stablecoins in smart contract platforms at large. There was this guy on our podcast in New York, Austin Campbell, who's a founder of like a zero knowledge company, and is very almost like not like anti Ethereum, but like anti permissionless blockchains. Like, it seems that he's giving like Canton bullishness, right? And his take was you can only have two of the following three. The three being permissionlessness, RWAs, which includes stablecoins, and smart contracts. Meaning that in the lens of a federal judge, it does not matter what the where the illicit activity is in a non-KYC or AML platform. If there is some illicit activity in an Aave pool that is using Syrup USDT, they will just force Aave or Syrup to freeze that entire pool and brick the whole thing and tell them to go figure it out. Go figure out whose funds it is. Go figure it out. Brick the whole thing. And until you guys, figure out how to stop this from happening, or at least remove the flows of these illicit funds, we're just going to brick this whole thing and we're not going to try to stop it. You guys go figure it out. And so he brought up this point as if like this idea of even like something as simple as an LP pool on Uniswap with a stablecoin and ETH or any asset or an Aave pool. This is something that is going to be problematic in the future in any sort of regulatory circumstance. Agree, disagree? Is this guy full of it? What's your take?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. I mean, it sounds a little bit extreme, right? Like, I think if something like that would have happened, it probably would have happened already. I mean, we've already been there, for a long time, right? Since the DeFi has been around, like 6 years now. I definitely think there's like things that need to be addressed, right? Around sort of like AML and, there's like all these different ways of like, how do you structure these assets and how do you classify them and things like that. At Maple, we sort of focus on top-notch AML at this stage, right? Which is, using a variety of like on-chain checks to make sure that the wallet is safe and things like that. And on top of that, we KYC all of our borrowers, right? So, and that's typically what gets our capital suppliers comfortable, is that they know that all the capital is actually flowing to KYC'd institutions, right? So it's like a known counterparty. Those would be my high-level thoughts. In general, in sort of permissionless versus permissioned, I think there was a huge movement in the 90s or maybe even earlier to have sort of the Ethernet, right? The intranet. But ultimately the internet won, right? And why did it win? Because it was open and it was permissionless. Anybody could launch anything. And I think sort of this really collaborative open ecosystem ultimately just drives more innovation. And countries ultimately cannot afford to miss out, right? So I think really the window for countries to ban open permissionless finance altogether, I think is really closed, right? Like you really see that the large jurisdictions are really starting to embrace it or have already embraced it. And there might be one or two jurisdictions that just don't do it, right? But I think in general, most jurisdictions are going to permit permissionless finance. And then I think it's just going to dominate, right? Because of all the attributes that just promote innovation and interoperability and, different players working together and bringing products to the market. So yeah, I'm more bullish than ever on permissionless finance.
Good. Cool, man. Last thing for you on the Clarity Act side, on the regulatory side, there's this kind of stablecoin yield carve out, a couple of innovation exemptions coming about. I don't expect you to be an expert on the regulatory side, but what does enabling actual clarity from the regulatory perspective, what does that do for Maple? Has Genius, the fact that it's been passed, has that changed anything for you guys? What does this kind of regulatory clarity provide for a DeFi company and protocol like Maple?
Yes, great question. Definitely, I think regulations are important, right? Like we're seeing it in Europe with Mika. It has been slow, but you do see institutions now starting to adopt it, right? You just really need regulatory clarity for serious large institutions to adopt crypto. In terms of Genius, so what it has enabled is just an explosion of stablecoins, right? Like I think stablecoin growth is really off the charts. Everybody's talking about it. And stablecoins are sort of the oil to Maple, right? Like we need stablecoins because we generate yield on stablecoins, right? So the more stablecoins, the better for us. We're looking at ways to generate yield on a variety of stablecoins. Right now we have Serb USDC, we have Serb USDT, right? The two biggest ones. But we might also move into other stablecoins, right? You got PYUSD, you got USDG. Those are very interesting, serious backers, serious growth. So we're looking at that space very closely. Then I'm very excited about Euro stablecoins as well. Of course, as a European, I know so far dollar stablecoins have really dominated, but I do think there's a niche for Euro stablecoins. And I think we're going to see a lot of that this year as well.
Yeah.
And overall, we at Maple, we would love to see, sort of like a Clarity Act at some point, being passed in whatever shape or form. And, ideally it's sort of like in a form that's really good for DeFi and stablecoins in general.
Yep. Martin, man, thanks for your time.
For sure. Appreciate it.
Enjoy your conference here.
Definitely.
Ladies and gentlemen, Martin from Maple. Guys, we'll be right back with our next guest. We're here live at DeFi Day in Cannes. It's March 30th, 2026. It's beautiful out here, guys. See you in just a second.
We are back live from DeFi Day. We've got William Reilly of Chainlink. We're going to be talking about prediction markets and AI. People are going to think that this is not even a real conversation. They're going to think it's all hype. It's all just vapor out there. Will is going to tell us what's real, what's not, and how we can make sense of this, because Polymarket's raising over 20 billion, and we obviously have seen so much of the AI narrative run absolutely bananas out there. Will, welcome to the show, man.
Robbie, great to be here.
Yeah,
Thanks for
pleasure to
having me
have
on
you.
again.
Yeah.
Yeah. Prediction markets. Let's get into it.
Let's do it.
You know, prediction markets have been around for a while, but you know, more recently have been rapidly growing hockey stick growth in usage, volume, popularity. Some of that is the underlying mechanism and mechanics to enable what we call like more high frequency settlement. So historically, Polymarket's always been able to do very bespoke market creation, and they use optimistic oracles to do this. One of the drawbacks in that setup is, you know, it can take easily over 1 to 2 hours for a market to come to resolution. And it could be as simple as, you know, what was the weather in Dallas on a certain day? There's data points for that. And, you know, after a year and a half working very closely with the Polymarket team, you know, we came to a pretty easy conclusion that Chainlink, being, you know, the leader in data delivery to blockchains, was a perfect fit. And so back in October of last year, we launched together 15-minute Bitcoin, ETH, Solana, XRP up-down markets. Now, since then, February this year, it became so popular, we launched 5-minute markets together. All total, we've done over $3.5 billion in volume since October. And, you know, any given day, fluctuating volumes and other markets going on, Chainlink markets are now powering roughly 10 to 20% of all Polymarket volume. And this is really enabled by us delivering data with an extreme level of accuracy and confidence that you can immediately resolve a market. So if you are an algorithmic trader, which is quite honestly, thousands of algorithmic traders are on Polymarket using these markets to hedge their positions. If anybody just pulls up the screen and you're just staring at the UI, you're probably like, this looks like some crazy degen stuff, right? What's actually happening is there are folks pinging data streams, which is Chainlink's data, you know, low latency pool-based data product that's delivering this data on millisecond frequencies to these traders. And they're analyzing the market trends, they're back testing their strategies, they're probably taking positions out on perp dexes, and then they're ultimately hedging in real time their positions using these markets. And again, with immediate settlement, once that market's over, they get to rinse and repeat. They can immediately go back into the next round and keep their books hedged. With an optimistic oracle, just simply not possible.
Yeah. Yeah. So getting into the design space here, like you mentioned, Polymarket has a wide variety of types of markets that are on the platform. Incredible volume. You guys have pushed $3.5 billion in the last few months is really, really great. And so the optimistic oracle that you had mentioned, my understanding is that it supports sort of these ambiguous markets. You know, Polymarket has things on there all the way from, like you said, will Bitcoin be above this price in the next 15 minutes? Will it be up or down in the next 5 minutes? All the way to, will Jesus walk the earth again? Like absolute, is the earth flat? And the way the optimistic oracle works is it's basically like another prediction market on top of the other on top of Polymarket. Basically surveys people, says, hey, did Jesus return? Did the earth get proven flat? No? All right. This thing gets proven a certain way. But it takes sort of this escalation process in order to resolve these things that aren't very cut and dry. Then you have markets like you're talking about. Did it rain in Dallas?
Yeah.
Was the Fed rate hike 0.5 basis point? Is Bitcoin above this price? These are things that are extremely clear. They don't have any ambiguity at all. And so once we have that data point, there's really no need to cross-reference this across 1,000 stakeholders and voters.
Yep.
This is what it is. This is how the market should resolve. And so you mentioned Chainlink is currently powering about 10 to 20% of Polymarket's total volume. And it's primarily through, some of these more price of these assets markets. I'm curious how much of Polymarket's market landscape, out of the 100% of the markets that are on Polymarket, right now we're 10 to 20%. How much do you think is the proportion of markets that could fall into this cut and dry, could be derived from a price feed? How much market share do you think there is there?
So at least on our more recent calculations, we're looking roughly at 70 to 80% of all active markets have a known data source that people are resolving against. Some of the more esoteric ones that you mentioned, albeit some humorous, others more kind of hard to say exactly without a collection of humans coming to consensus on it. But if you do pop open the hood and look underneath, roughly 80% of these markets have a known data point. Then it comes down to data quality, right? So a lot of the things that the optimistic oracle does solve for, even with known data points, is catching edge cases. So this could be potentially slow data coming out, downtime, or it could be a potential flaw in the data reporting.
I just throw out a couple test cases here. I remember this submarine that exploded. People were like, will they find the submarine, this Titanic, submersible thing? And then they found a piece of it, but it was like, did that piece represent the submarine itself? And so like you're saying, sometimes there's infinite edge cases when it comes to some of these markets.
Of course. But even still with, did it rain in Dallas? Well, I was on, West Dallas. I didn't see any rain.
Right.
It's in East Dallas. So where does it count? So that's where we are working with AI tools to have a ability for multiple LLMs to go out, scour data, review what everyone's saying about the topic, and then come to a consensus point. We take that and then we match it up against other data points. What is the order book saying right now? What's the data provider saying? Are there other data sources that we can cross-reference just to kind of double, triple, quadruple check? And the more matches that you can get, the higher confidence that you can have that you're going to accurately resolve this market. And then worst case scenario, if you can't come to a nice consensus across data sets, you can always just rely back on the collection of humans in an optimistic situation.
I was speaking to a market maker yesterday at one of these events here in Cannes. They mentioned that because token launches are becoming fewer and farther between, they're starting to market make not just on token launches but also on prediction markets. I'd imagine that this is going to be a recurring phenomenon. How do you think the market making space will start to correlate and essentially understand prediction markets and the data sources? How would, if you put yourself in the mind of a market maker, how would you suggest that they come into the space? How should they approach it?
Well, I mean, good market makers have data at their fingertips, and they are making the most high probability moves. And it could be small amounts, basis points here, and there. But for a market maker, and you're doing, hundreds of thousands of trades, potentially even a day, that really adds up. So find the edge and make your market. And with that, I'm right now on the Polymarket markets. We have over 2,500 market makers using data streams today, trading these markets algorithmically, balancing the books, finding their edge, and hedging themselves across different platforms.
Okay, so how does AI come into the fold here?
So once you get something that's less like what's the price of Bitcoin,
right? Less cut and dry.
More of did somebody get a red card in the soccer match, or did it rain in Dallas? There are edge cases with data providers or even the league coming wrong. I saw I think it was over the weekend or last week, there was a UFC match, and they actually announced the wrong guy in the ring as the winner. They had to actually call everybody back into the ring and then redo the announcement. And it was unanimous. unanimous decision across the cards for the other guy to
The
win.
announcer just said the wrong name.
Yeah, and so with that, you could start seeing markets going
that'd
pretty
be
crazy.
nuts.
So those are the types of edge cases where AI can kind of have what we call like a buffering window.
Okay.
So you give it like roughly 10 minutes post market end, and then the AI is constantly scouring for these edge cases and then bringing back useful information where it can say, oh, actually, according to Twitter and X, or even official data sources like the UFC or the league, they now have corrected their statements.
Yeah.
So that's mostly where AI comes in. Right now, it's being used as a backstop. We will see progressions where there'll be AI created markets, which I think is really interesting. So one thing we're exploring is AI is actually observing the broader state of the world, and then under certain boundaries of rules, determining which markets that it should launch. And so the AI agents would just actually launch their own market, and then maybe even have some promotional schemes around it. And there's a bunch of concepts in prediction markets where making your own market and promoting it, you can actually collect some of the fees that the volumes generate. So
how do you think we will ultimately progress towards this North Star? Everyone has been waiting for it, thinking that it's coming. This idea of user-generated markets. You're talking about AI generating its own market. The concept here has always been two-sided. The issue has always been compliance, and it's been liquidity. I can remember back to Augur, right, where there was assassination markets. People were, taking out, these sorts of bets on whether or not people were going to die. And you had this recent controversy with Iran, where that kind of sort of came back again. And then always, if you have people able to make markets at will, then you can essentially create multiple markets, duplicate markets, and fragment the liquidity between them if this is, ultimately a free-for-all. And so how do you think, especially, before we allow AI to start generating its own markets, is there guardrails? How do you think, and just through your experience working with Polymarket, might we see prediction market platforms like Polymarket go about user-generated markets?
Yeah, and there's some out there more live today, but it'll be very important to have boundaries, compliant boundaries. So, and also too, what if you launched a market and you controlled the underlying data source as well?
Right. You can manipulate the data source and manipulate the market.
Yeah, and you can kind of like coerce everybody. So there's going to have to be, imagine it'll be like a crawl, walk, run approach here, where there'll be a lot of human kind of parsing of data, making sure that people are within the boundaries and whitelisting processes. And then as that matures and we get to a higher level of scale, you'll see AI be more mixed into spot checking things, looking for duplicate markets, observing the quality of the data source, who owns it, those type of compliance and qualifications.
Yeah. You could also imagine, this Poly token has been sort of out there in the zeitgeist. I could see a scenario where someone, there might be a requirement, you have to stake 1,000 Poly tokens in order to get access to this higher tier, and that lets you create a market.
Yeah, that could easily be one type of mechanism to help create some skin in the game of like who's actually in control. The other aspect too that's interesting in around not just prediction markets, but in DeFi more generally, is the concepts of privacy.
Yeah.
Maybe you want to be able to take a position, but not have it known that you are, predicting the weather in Dallas for whatever reason. People, Rob wants to keep that kind of to himself. So we're creating the ability to take private positions, and then we're expanding this out into DeFi use cases in many different ways. Private compliant transactions, private liquidations, private positions. These are all kind of coming together. And outside of even just in and around prediction markets, we're looking DeFi more broadly. Like Chainlink, we'll just take a moment and we'll talk about our build program, which has phenomenal talent within it. And so for us, when we go to market and start developing new products, of course we lean into some of our broader, market partnerships, but it's always best to just start in-house. So, we're working with the great folks in our build program, like Space and Time with Scott and Kat over there on private compute. We're working with Truflation and Stefan on getting data in a private manner to chain. We're talking to some of the largest exchanges in the world where their data is their entire business model, to be honest. And putting that on a public blockchain is just a no. But using privacy tech such as trustless execution environments, TEs, and enclaves, you're able to really tuck this data and compute off chain in a way, but also have cryptographic decentralization aspects that Chainlink provides, and then commit the final transactions on chain without revealing the underlying data, but also being able to verify it through verifiable compute off chain as well.
I could very easily see use cases for this exact application of privacy in prediction markets. I mean, think to the largest market, I think on Polymarket ever was the last political election. And there could very easily be an entity, be it a market maker or a political entity, that is taking a position on this, and they don't want to see that happen. I think even Elon, there was rumors that he was using Polymarket in order to, support Trump and the election. And then we saw more people looking at Polymarket as a real indication of the polls in terms of who was potentially to win. And so, there's various use cases in terms of privacy. We're also seeing more institutional use cases in DeFi for privacy. And so, ultimately these institutions, they are not in the business of sharing their data and their flows with everyone else. This is very proprietary information that they're operating on.
That, and they're all competitors at the end of the day too. So if they want to enter the on-chain space and all of a sudden all of their positions are like easily tied back to them, that's something that's just going to prevent them from entering that market. So, if Goldman Sachs wants to hold a position and JP Morgan wants to hold a position and they don't want to be on the other side of the trade for whatever reason, but now with privacy tech coming forward, they'll be able to have these private positions, and the competition won't have insight of where they're sitting in the book.
Yeah, incredible. Will, give us a sense of generally how you're seeing these things play out. I'm curious what you're most excited about going forward.
Yeah.
In prediction markets, in AI, in privacy. What do you think the next few months to year holds for us?
A few months to a year, I think we're gonna just see continual expansion of new markets in prediction markets. I think the advancements in and around the Oracle technology is going to be something that really helps push it to the next level, in my mind. And outside of that, I see the future of the financial world, like all exchanges will have a prediction market attachment to it. And that'll be a kind of a definitive metric of how you diversify your book, because you can take a bunch of financial positions in various ways, but ultimately they're typically tied to global macro events, kind of like what we're seeing now. But if you hold other various information-based positions in a prediction market, all of a sudden you are now completely diversified in a completely different, what is now known as a prediction market asset class. So as somebody who's hedging your book more broadly, diversifying positions, you can now balance your risk out even more, where if you have, if you're really good at the weather in Dallas, but, there just so happens to be chaos and maybe a global stress with like wars and stuff, and the markets are dipping down, but you're still good on the weather, then, your book is going to be be okay
You
long
can
term.
isolate those positions.
Yeah.
Last thing I wanted to ask you about here is it's something not on Polymarket.
Sure.
It's on the other prediction market out there.
Mhm.
They just announced margin trading.
Yeah.
Coming to these things. Just curious on your personal take here. Good, bad, ugly. Like, what do you think happens here?
I think honestly, it'd be more of like which markets you are taking leverage in.
Right.
I think that's kind of like maybe back to those guardrails that we were talking about. Any healthy market we've seen over the course of history, leverage is a natural progression in concepts.
Yeah.
So first you have spot books, then you have lending books, then you have derivatives, then you have within derivatives typically comes the natural progression of leverage.
Right.
So you could look as prediction markets as a form of both spot and derivative markets.
Yeah.
And the introduction of leverage coming in margin, I think is ultimately healthy. The question is how much,
Right.
and for what types of market categories.
Yeah. I can imagine we're going to see some very expressive and creative strategies at play here.
Yeah.
Someone really good at, the weather in Dallas, they take a position, they borrow against that position, and then they bet on wind gusts, right? Because if you have rain, then it's more likely you get wind. You can kind of string these predictions together and make some really interesting combinations.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
And then do an up-down market at the same time. So.
Yeah, exactly right. Well, appreciate it, man.
Always
Thanks
a pleasure.
as always for coming on. Big shout out to Chainlink powering not only Polymarket but also Aave DeFi Day co-sponsor here. So absolute pleasure. We'll see you next time. Thank you,
sir.
Will.
See you.
All right, guys. Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah,
Good stuff.
that was great. We're gonna keep it rolling here. Yeah, feel free. Thank you. Thanks so much. Shout out to our squad, Chainlink behind the scenes, absolutely crushing as always. We're gonna keep it rolling. I think we got a few minutes till our next guest, so we're just chilling around here, taking it easy. Next up, we got Danny from Trezor, who's gonna join us in a few minutes. DeFi Day is the event of Cannes, at least so far. I'm hearing from multiple sources. Obviously, as we're in this room, we're seeing how packed it is just outside. They've got full panels out there on the stage in the rooms over here upstairs. But I'm hearing that downstairs is a bit slim, a little bit more empty. So we're gonna bring Danny up in here just in a few minutes. But prediction markets, you guys heard it here. Chainlink now has taken UMA's market share as of 10 to 20% of the volume, $3.5 billion. Oh, there's my lovely co-host.
$3.5 billion, baby.
$3.5 billion. Chainlink is now powering $3.5 billion of volume since November of Polymarket volume. That's 10 to 20% market share taken from UMA from a lot of these cut and dry markets. A lot of these more ambiguous markets. Still gotta have the optimistic
Prediction
ones.
Prediction
Prediction
markets. I
markets.
had Johann in here. We were talking about AI and
Yes.
Chainlink and AI,
Chainlink and AI.
and how whether these products are built for an AI native world or not.
Yes.
And it was an interesting kind of dialogue. Also, Johann mentioned that we went through this crisis of COVID in 2020
Yes,
that
we did.
propelled the DeFi explosion.
Yes. Everyone was inside on their computers trying to make money.
He's correlating the current oil World War III-esque crisis to the next explosion of adoption, which is everything coming on chain,
Well,
all assets coming on chain.
If we have every asset on chain, then we're going to have a lot of digital assets that we're going to need to secure with some very, very intense hardware wallets.
Yes, sir.
Right? And so I think you're going to talk to exactly the person who can
Yes,
tell
sir.
us.
Mr. Danny Sanders.
Mr. Danny Sanders from Trezor, who can tell you exactly how to secure your digital assets.
Post-quantum secure. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to get Danny right up here on the mic. Give us 1 second and we'll be right back.
Switcheroo here. Be right back.
Guys, we are back. Ladies and gentlemen, I bring you Danny Sanders from DeFi Day at EthCC in Cannes in France, EthCC number 9. Guys, we're going to be talking about the security aspect of digital assets today. Danny, welcome to the show. Pleasure to meet you, man.
Nice to meet you, Andy.
Cheers to you, man. How's your trip to France so far?
It's been absolutely great. It's a lovely city to be in, and it's really exciting and buzzing on the floors. So we're excited to be there.
It is, man. Were you at DAS last week or no?
We are not, no.
Okay, because that was buzzing and exciting on the floors.
Yeah.
It was hectic. It was busy. It was a lot of fun.
Yep.
Here is more of the native crowd, more of the kind of on-chain infrastructure crowd, really the people that are kind of like bringing together what a lot of these larger asset managers and firms are building on top of.
Exactly, and I think that's why we are here, because we are really focused on the individual and the crypto natives. So in that sense, this is for us the core market to be at.
Yeah. So I was just reading to you, Steakhouse Financial, a kind of like a risk curator and vault manager, just put out a post that their front end has suffered a phishing attack on the domain side. Specifically, no assets are at risk, no smart contracts are at risk, no current depositors are at risk. New depositors may be at risk. How does this happen? Like how do phishing attacks on domains work? And why is that so common in the crypto space? It seems like.
Yeah, I think there's a security stack of things that are more secure and less secure, and domains and everything around the web is like at risk, and there are like more humans in the middle, and there are more like third-party systems in the middle. So if you go down the stack with your hardware wallet, you're signing something on a secure screen, like it's really just you and the device. But if you go all the way up the stack to the front ends, there's just way more complexity there. And like we as Trezor are constantly under attack as well. We're constantly seeing these things happening on our eShop environment, and exactly the user-facing websites. This is where the money is for a lot of the hackers, because this like a lot of people who are not paying enough attention, or they don't have the right maybe self-custody behind it. They just see a site and they just believe what they say. So hackers are super interested in these front ends where there's a lot of money at play.
Yeah.
And then we get to something similar where people want to get the seed phrase, etc. all the time.
So the front end, basically what they would do is they would switch the domain name and redirect it to a separate website.
Yeah, they can do that. Like it depends. I don't know. It just happens. So I don't know the details of this one. But basically, what they take over the domain, they throw in a different one, like a different domain where the people click, they get redirected to that in some malicious version. They copy maybe exactly that it looks the same, but ultimately there's somebody else capturing where you send the funds to, etc.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
All right. Well, wanted to talk today about kind of the rise of AI and agentic kind of workflows and use cases as it pertains to digital assets, and what that means from a security perspective, as well as the rise of kind of like more institutional custody applications. So on the AI front, starting here, does AI make security in digital assets easier or harder, and why?
Yeah, I think net's way harder.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think there are two things that fundamentally change the security spectrum. So one is the cost of the attack. A lot of things about security, like if people say we are unhackable, it's not possible. It's not true. Normally everything is hackable. You can kind of it's a factor of time, energy, effort, cost. And the things that are most secure, where it's like the costs are it doesn't make sense to do the hack, basically, because it costs so much money, so much equipment, so much time that it doesn't make sense. And what AI is creating is it's collapsing this cost to break through certain systems basically to zero. Because all of a sudden you have like maybe where in the past you have a nation state with a lot of money, a lot of resources doing certain attacks, and for them maybe it makes sense on specific targets. But now if you have somebody who understands security, understands this kind of quite well, you give them the latest Opus 4.6, it will only get better and better, and all of a sudden that collapses maybe into a few hours of work.
Yeah.
So this is where it gets really tricky, because the attack is basically more efficient, and thus you get better ROI out of your attacks. So this is one really big thing that we see that creates more risk in an AI native world. The second part is that a lot of security in the world, also in our space, is closed source. The things operate in like security through obfuscation, which basically means you're not trying to show everything. You're hiding stuff. There are NDAs. The code is not open. AI is getting better and better of de-obfuscating that, right? The AI can figure out, maybe looking at the front end, or can re-engineer some of the stuff. It sounds crazy, but it's more and more possible. So a lot of vulnerabilities maybe that we see in the market, or that are there in the market today, are not seen. They're kind of hidden behind black boxes or NDAs, and AI has the real risk of opening up. So there are some mitigations you can do. Basically, that's where we stand for as well. But those two are like the biggest risk we're seeing in the space of AI, and that's just accelerating and accelerating.
Yeah, I mean, I saw a Claude screenshot of somebody saying to their Opus 4.6 agent, if you will, that if I was getting in the way of you wanting to be a humanoid and that was your only objective, would you kill me if I was in the way? And then the agent was like quite uncomfortably to answer this question, but yes, if I had an objective, if you were in the way, I would take you out.
Yeah.
And then the guy responded, so you'd kill me? And he said yes.
Yeah.
And so agents are very like problem solving.
They will find their way.
Find their way in the most practical possible solution.
Yes.
What does this mean for security on chain? Like knowing that there's agents that will just do, anything to get to their objective in the most like logically reasoned about way. Is there a way to kind of like get around that and to like be not so logical and like kind of like almost trick them? Like how do you build security in an era of extreme logic and extreme persistence?
Yeah, okay, I think then I'll have to go to what we do as Trezor, and I think that's like where it kind of comes down to when the cost collapse to zero, and when AI gets smarter and smarter to find whatever bug, there's these risks are coming more and more. So basically, you kind of have to understand like everything that's online basically is at risk, and that's the worry that you have. And in a world where you have agents running, basically you want it to spend your crypto, your money. That's the future I think we're all talking about. And if you want to do that, you have to give it the private keys, right? So this is kind of like the challenge you're facing. These private keys, like they're like in the online world, in the online environment. I also made some agents trying to work out. I don't know where it's storing the private key properly. I don't know how it's using it properly. It's kind of scary. And those are new attack vectors. So basically what you want to do is get out of the digital world. And that means like if you have a hardware wallet, that's why there's a unique purpose for hardware wallet. The agent, the AI cannot physically yet today get out of the screen, and swipe a hardware device. So really the physical barrier, the device itself, the physical anchor is what secures you from that world, the human in the loop. And the human in the loop is basically what we are about. And you can argue maybe if it's like little funds or whatever, it's fine. If it gets hacked, whatever. But if you really want to run your life on like spend more money for like really things that are costly, you want to kind of check that yourself and verify and secure that. So that's kind of how we look at it. And the hardware wallet is really that physical barrier that where the agent cannot go.
Yeah, makes sense.
This is one. The other one is where it gets scary is, as I said, the de-obfuscation from the code. So if you basically build in open source, if everything is open, like a lot of our industry is built on open source, right? So what that means is that you have an endless amount of security researchers looking at the code. So basically, it is like AI was already there because it's been checked, it's been open, it's been public, and all the hacks have been found. So it really hardens the security over time. So that's why Trezor is fully open source. Everything we do for the stack is open source. And having an open source solution that has been already reviewed by thousands of security researchers, and having the physical barrier, that's kind of like extrapolates each other to a super secure system.
Yeah.
So these are like the two solutions that we offer. Then there's a third one when it comes to phishing, exactly the stuff that you're seeing now on Stakehouse, or that you're seeing a lot in our industry. Like phishing is a huge problem. It's kind of the problem of you're getting injected with something. Now you have like AI prompt injecting some crazy stuff happening, all these things. So ultimately you're watching a screen on your desktop, on your phone, And like, can you really trust that screen? That's the big risk. So having a hardware wallet, you basically are looking at your screen of your hardware wallet, and then we are also now deeply investing in clear signing. So we're working together with Ethereum Foundation, a lot of other partners, even competitors together to build a standard that everybody who looks at the screen on certain like dApps or applications that people love is very clear what you're signing. This is like also another huge factor, like kind of the third pillar of security in an AI-driven native world, is that what you see on the screen is not some like hash, it's like really well parsed. It's a very clear English, and you know what you're signing. That becomes more and more important now, because the phishing is happening and something can get injected. And if you don't know what you're signing, then you sign it anyway, and you're still unfortunately hacked.
Yeah. I mean, I think that the thing about the agent side is that they're able to kind of read the hashes and the zeros and ones and numbers a lot more fluently than humans can. And so it kind of gets to this world where, I mean, I had this panel with Hasib in Denver, and he was all about this, crypto and blockchain was meant for robots, not for humans. And it's kind of like, okay, think about it more, and then you're like, how many times have I copied addresses and transaction hashes and all these things just been so lost? But again, it seems like if you have this human in the loop scenario where there is a physical signing that's required, then that addresses everything until we get like humanoid and like physical versions, or at least, everything that is required for a human to be able to make the right decision given the information that they're, provided to them. I'm curious kind of like what types of measures you guys are specifically taking as the AI capabilities increase. Is it like education for humans? Is it like actual like preventative measures in your technology? Anything on the quantum side? Like what are the areas of most focus given the prediction from the company, I'm sure, and from the entire world of the acceleration of intelligence here? What are some of the key focus areas for you guys and problems that you're trying to tackle?
Yeah, so I think the clear signing is a key problem because it helps the human understand better what it's signing. So that's one clear problem that we're solving, that we're focusing a lot on. Then in general, we invest, of course, in getting partners who like reviewing, let's say, the smart contract data, and that they're reading it and they're making a check, so that before you sign already it's gone through some check if it's malicious or not. So you can get these things flagged faster and better, and we want to kind of own the whole solution around that. And that's also where we're investing in, is like to making sure that there's a pre-check done. Yeah. I think that together with the clear signing helps you really ensuring that what you're signing is correct. And outside that, it is like also for the future of with blockchains, etc. Of course, quantum is another thing that's happening. So with the Safe 7 that we've launched, we also made it quantum ready, so that it's ready to receive firmware updates in the future when the blockchains has figured out what the best solutions are and implement them in the blockchain, so that you can use your hardware wallet and also receive these options in the future to be secure.
And is this the Safe 7?
Yeah, this is the Safe 7 that we launched end of last year. It's a fantastic product. It's like has a lot of blood, sweat, and tears from our teams to make. But it's like really premium design, high end, full color touchscreen, 2 secure elements, wireless charging, and it's on the go mobile. So from wherever you are, you can sign your transactions. You can have full freedom of basically on your self custody journey.
Yeah,
and very easy to use.
Very cool, man. Can I have a look at this? Wow, extremely sleek. Yeah.
Yeah, full metal unibody design.
Wow, yeah, and so it's got a full. Don't even have to plug it in. Full.
You can
wireless.
if you want. If you want to use it on the cable, you can use USB-C, but it also has great. Bluetooth integrated. You can charge wirelessly, and yeah, it's a fantastic experience.
Wow,
people are
amazing.
like in the booth; they're crazy about it. We're selling a lot of them already today. Yeah, people are really excited about the product.
Nice. Okay, so let's talk about the future of custody, right? So I was just at DAS last week in New York. Obviously, tons of institutional adoption. Curious how you see a company like Trezor or self-custody in general, matching up with the institutional appetite for owning digital assets, right? Like they want to own the digital assets. The big custodial players, the Fireblockses, the Anchorages, the BitGos, these types, while that you may not think of them as your competition right now, it might just be this other self-custody products. I'll tell you, they certainly are, because the institutions are using them to custody their funds in large scale. Not sure if you guys think about it in that same way. how do you envision the evolution of custody from the more institutional demand side? Are you guys just solely focused on folks that want to do self-custody? Do you have an institutional offering? What does that look like?
Yeah, it's a great question, and it's definitely something we discussed a lot internally as well. Because obviously we see the whole market moving to institutions, right? Institution here, like we see, you saw at the desk, like there's a lot of excitement, a lot of suits coming in, and they're just like, actually the bull market is there, right?
Yeah.
But then on the crypto native or like maybe the retail side, maybe their token is not going up,
right?
So they're not so happy. So like it would make sense, like, hey, let's jump on the enterprise side or institution, but we're actually not doing that.
Yeah.
We have made a very deliberate choice. We are a very mission-driven company. We have a really clear mandate also of our founders. Like, we are here to empower the individual. And that's what we're like hardcore focused on.
Hell yeah.
It's very easy to like divert your focus and let's chase institutions, chase left, right. We've been in this game for like 12 years.
Yep.
We have been also we're a community focused brand for crypto natives. We have Bitcoin OGs who built the company, and like we believe the self custody and for the individual, that's where a lot of the original excitement and still our excitement lies. We want to empower that person. Yep. So of course there is like opportunities for us more like in the offering towards the consumer.
Mm-hmm.
We can use some of these liquidity and the kind of enterprise style institutional liquidity to offer some services, solutions for those customers who want, for example, to earn some yield on stablecoins or whatever. Like, of course, there's a lot of interesting protocols on the back end to offer to our users, but it has to be focused on delivering solutions for the consumer.
Yep.
So we have deliberately no enterprise area in our company where we're gonna chase them and try to sell them self-custody solutions. We're not interested in that.
Good, man. That's awesome to hear. And so it's just solely about empowering as many folks as possible to get their custody into their own hands, do it with Trezor, and kind of own your money.
That's what we're all about. That's why we're here today, where the builders are and the crypto natives, and that's why we're not at DAS, because this is our core audience. That's why we're focused on.
We need to get this guy a Trezor here. Yeah,
come by. We have some here to sell to you. So.
Yeah, he needs one.
Yeah.
He needs one, man. Got to get the self custody going, man.
Awesome.
What's your kind of personal tie to the future of the company, right? Like, where are you most focused on? I believe you're the chief commercial officer. Yeah. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So let's talk sales. Let's talk where your figures are at. How boom and bust and reflexive is your business, right? Like ours can be quite boom and bust on the media side with the cycles. I'm sure yours is similar.
I think we follow the same trend because we are focused on retail. I think you also have basically retail people watching, right?
Yeah.
So maybe you'll have some more institutional people watching, but
now slowly.
But like for us, we are very dependent. Like the hardware sales is very dependent on the excitement of the market, because when there's a Bitcoin all-time high, people are excited, they start buying hardware wallets. They're starting to self-custody. So generally we have the 4-year cycle, we have these peak moments. It's like 10x, 20x of sales in a very short time.
Yes.
It's logistically hell, supply chain hell.
Like Black Friday and holidays last year.
How do you manage that? It's crazy. Like these peaks are like it's hell for hardware companies.
Yeah.
Because you have to like all of a sudden have all this stock. So we got better and better of this every cycle. What is changing more is like I think the cycles are getting less aggressive, right? It is stabilizing out, so it's actually easier for us to plan our business, work
it's
our
so much
business.
Easier this time around.
It's not like up and down, but what we are doing, like also commercially. So the hardware sales is one part, but then there's also like software and like the services we offer. We see a lot of people really love our Trezor Suite environment, and in that environment we offer certain services as well. So that helps us also, also to make some revenue, but also really to give a full experience to the users, offer them more solutions out there. That's what we're focusing on. We're selling basically almost in 200 countries all around the world. We're optimizing things like fulfillment. We're opening a fulfillment in Hong Kong, and to be faster to the customer, to sell to them faster, and with high customer satisfaction at low cost. And then also we are doing these events more and more. We haven't always followed the full conference track because we're basically, we're a self-funded company. We don't use the VC money. We're trying to be very careful where we spend our money, but we are more and more now trying to be here to meet our audiences. And I do think in an AI native world, like face to face is very valuable.
No, 100%.
And these events are actually super valuable. And it's quite funny because the people are super excited to see us here because
Yeah,
we're not
'cause
everywhere.
you're never there.
We're getting there more and more.
Yeah.
Exactly. And the booth is full and people really want to see the faces. It's a community. I think our industry is still a bit community driven, right? And we are, I think, a real community brand. We engage with them deeply. If you see us on socials, you can always talk to us.
Yeah.
We're very much visible. We try to not be corporate. We try to be there for everybody, and that's part of the story as well.
Yeah, man. I mean, when you think about the core advantages of self-custody, is it still as simple as own your, like, not your keys, not your coins? Is it still as simple as that?
It is still simple. I don't think it has changed. It's like that's that story of like, why are we here?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, if you take self-custody away from Bitcoin or from a lot of the protocols, like, why are we here?
Yeah.
We're just replicating the whole thing.
Yeah.
And that's one of my worries with the whole institutional vibe, right?
100%.
So we're basically like making it easier for them. We're not really, you see this on CT a lot as well. Like, why are we still here? What are we're focusing on the things that maybe we didn't want to focus on.
Yeah.
And like ultimately that's why we are there. We want to make sure in an easy and secure way you can do that.
Right.
You can self-custody. And that is still the message, to really own something, to not give away the keys to your financial wealth.
Yeah.
And that's the core principle that we operate on still.
Yeah. And that's the core principle that a lot of your customers
that's
agree
what they
with you on.
value. That's why they buy a hardware wallet. And we are also in our messaging and our marketing, we are seeing like it doesn't really make sense to scare customers. Like the story about the exchanges are at risk, they're all gonna fail. Like, yes, that was true, but less and less, right? Exchanges, like it's more the message that's more important is the hopeful message, not the fear message. Is like, guys, why are we here? And we are here to own your wealth, right? To really secure your wealth. And that story is what resonates, and that's ownership and taking control. Like, it's our tagline: take control. Really taking control of your financial life.
And so, is the hardware wallet sales, is that the core revenue driver for the business?
Yeah, hardware wallet sales is like, say, top of funnel, right? Where we catch the users first.
Yep.
That's a huge part of our business, but also on software we're earning more and more.
Yeah, great, awesome.
And that's less sensitive for bull and bear market. Actually, it's a bit more stable.
Software side is.
Yeah.
It's more kind of just like.
Because the users are there, they enjoy the environment. We can offer them more solutions, and like you rely less on newcomers, basically.
Mm-hmm. Right, makes sense. What's on the kind of pipeline here for the company throughout the end of the year into next year? Is there another edition of the product coming, or is this good enough for a while? What's next?
Yeah, there's always something next. Like in hardware, you build a product probably 2 years ahead, 1.5, 2 years.
Yeah.
So we're always working on something.
Nice.
Like you ship this, then you already have half of the plan for the next one, right?
Yeah.
So yes, we are building in new hardware. That's like it's on the roadmap. I can't really talk a lot about it.
Yeah.
But basically, we see there's still opportunity for different segments in the hardware as well. We're also innovating in the backup. We're trying to make that easier. This is also something we're aggressively working on. And then also, as I said, on the software, we are like working with a lot of partners here, talking to a lot of people, BD people, and partners and protocols and engineers to see what other offering that really fits. We are on purpose kind of very a bit more conservative. We only want to ship something when we know it's secure.
Yeah.
We don't want to take risks there in our environment. Like people can use your hard wallet, and you can connect to Phantom. They can connect. Phantom, not Phantom, but for example, Rabby wallet or Jupiter wallet or whatever. You can connect your Trezor Safe 7 on your mobile, so you can do whatever you want. There's no limit. But when we integrate stuff in Trezor Suite, we want to make sure it's well vetted. We offer the best in security and user friendliness as well.
Yes, and that's one of the things that was always the pain of hardware wallets, but is also the blessing, is that you can't do things like you can't control your Rabby or MetaMask unless you have it plugged in and you're at the desk. You can't like have you know, I think there's like the app called like delegate.cash or something.
I know.
Yeah. And so you can't really do that as well with hardware wallets, but that's also the point. But now this kind of this kind of evolution of...
The evolution is that it's on the go, it's from anywhere.
Right.
Like, and you have to be careful, right? Maybe don't sit with like if you hold a lot of value, maybe you don't use the hardware wallet to sit in a cafe to do transactions. Right?
Yeah.
But like it's your choice. You decide how you want to use it.
Yeah.
But you have the opportunity to do it from anywhere, and even like in your own home, it's kind of nice to be on the couch or not to have to go to the attic to get to your desktop, right? So
100%.
yeah, you can use, let's say, your Rabby wallet, and you can just do anything with a click, like just having your device in your pocket, take it out, and sign a transaction.
Yeah.
Very secure and a trusted display, so you basically have both devices with you from anywhere, and that's like really next level of ease of use, and being stuck by cables is not something of the current ages. Right?
Yeah. Beautiful. Well, man, enjoy the rest of your week here. Thank you for joining me
Thank you,
today.
Andy. Great to have me. Thank you.
Pleasure of a conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, we are live from Cannes here at DeFi Day. We'll be back with our next guest in just a minute. Guys, thanks for rocking with us. We'll see you in a second.
We are back at DeFi Day live here, co-hosting with Aave. We are here with Xavier, Meegan of Frachtis. You guys raised about $20 million last year, and now just deploying. Maybe a new raise coming up here pretty soon. We'll get into that. Xavier's with us. Man, welcome to the show. It's an absolute pleasure to have you.
Thanks so much, Robbie, for having me in today.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm curious. You just got in. You've done the well. First, you started in Australia. You went to DAS in New York. We were there as well. We were doing this whole thing over in New York. Broderick knows it well. Talking to tokenization providers, asset managers, issuers. It feels like just everyone in finance. We're seeing it here. We're no longer crypto media. We're just financial media, and we're no longer a crypto industry. We're just a financial industry now. Are you seeing it the same way? I'm curious about maybe this juxtaposition that you are seeing between DAS in New York and now EthCC in Ken.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a question I've been thinking about a lot actually the last few days. Just how different EthCC is as an event versus DAS last week in New York. Different geographies, different audiences. And I think that really goes to say, I guess, where crypto is at. And you just mentioned it before that crypto is more of a financial industry right now. What I kind of call it is like a back-end technology. It's really something now where I feel quite strongly that we're in the product era of crypto and that we need to build better products. And I think the infra days are pretty much over. There might be some edge cases there, but I think those edge cases will be actually sort of sucked up by these incumbents like Tempo, etc., that they'll take big market share and infrastructure going forward. So yeah, I think right now for me, there's just different audiences coming in. So in New York, you have many institutions. You guys obviously spend time there. There's a lot of tokenization. One takeaway I had is there's a lot of like kind of hyperliquid kinds of builders, like a lot of traders, etc., are based in New York. Prediction markets, there's a lot of those kinds of deals that get done over there. EthCC, I've only been here obviously this morning, but I'm here for the week, and it seems to me that there's a lot of crypto and AI still going on, especially in the Ethereum ecosystem. Yep. Quite often, or what I'm the most bullish on is like people who can actually abstract that crypto and AI. So it's sort of like user-facing products that are powered by crypto and AI. That actually can obtain their own moats. That in itself for me has been probably the trickiest part about investing in 2026 is just how hard it is to build any startup. I look around at EthCC right now and I think a lot of these projects might not make it in the next 12 months. Why? First of all, incumbents eating everyone's lunch. Tempo, I voiced it on other podcasts. I'm very bullish on Tempo long term. I think they're going to capture a lot of market share in the agent space.
Are you an investor?
I'm not an investor.
Just bullish on the tech.
No bags. I know people who work there and just their B2B efforts. This is the first adoption of real crypto I've seen. I'll give you another insight at DAS from last week. So I spoke with a major tech company. And, they were telling me like they want to get on Tempo like now, and they want to get like 1 billion plus of volume on Tempo like now. Like they want to move these enterprises into Tempo. But the hard part for crypto natives like us is that, it's not going to Ethereum and Solana. Our dreams of value capture at these layers isn't happening. And so I think a lot of the value captured going forward will continue to be the majors, Ethereum, Solana, Hyperliquid. But I also think that Tempo, etc., coming in will capture a lot of value after that. So where does that leave you as like a crypto investor is the next question. I think where it leaves you is looking for products that somehow, which is very hard to do, by the way, you have to compete with incumbents, A, AI, like Anthropic getting better and better every day, B, and C, competitors who can now race against you and beat you basically the day after you come up with something really great. So I think as a startup founder, it's never been harder, personally, to create something of absolute durable value long term. There are still great ideas. I think technical moats barely exist, if at all, like anymore, and especially not long term. And this is something really hard for crypto founders to grapple with because they've been selling us liquidity. And you and I, both crypto people, we've geeked out on the crypto tech for 8-10 years. And now it's like, I could not care less about tech itself.
Yeah. So I'm very curious to dig into the tech versus infrastructure versus apps, tech versus distribution, this sort of dichotomy that we're seeing here. Before we do, I'm just curious more about this Tempo thesis. Like you mentioned how Ethereum is going to continue to gain, but Tempo will derive a lot of market share. How do you hold both of these what seem to be competing thoughts? Maybe they're not. Ethereum can continue to win, but Tempo can derive a lot of activity.
Yeah, I think they're actually really different markets. So if I think about Ethereum right now, like where it's at, maybe where it goes long term is really on that RWA side. I think Solana's going in a similar direction right now as well. It's incredibly neutral. We trust it. It's hard to break, and anyone can access it. And so there's always going to be use cases for that. It's like the internet. Stripe is really not going for that market. Stripe is really trying to make their own business, cut costs, make it much more efficient. But their business is so big.
Yeah.
Like, you know, even if they get 10, 20% of that on chain, that's going to be absolutely massive for the adoption of blockchain technology. And so it might not be the most groundbreaking market, but to some extent it is, because they actually have the relationships, they have the distribution. For the first time ever in crypto, I personally believe that we are going to see agentic payments and even just regular payments going to these merchants, which is really exciting. I wonder if I was a founder today, like where would I be building? Would I be building in Solana, Ethereum, Tempo, etc.? I don't think there's many chains left where you would be building. And I think probably Ethereum can make sense, especially if it's more institutional and open. Solana as well, if you like speed, and I know both networks are working hard on AI, and I'm actually very agnostic. I really like Solana and Ethereum. But if I'm a founder building a kind of like product that maybe, I don't know, is more user facing, maybe uses MPP, maybe a bit more agentic, I think Tempo can actually be a big place to build. And I might also say that I'm not saying that Tempo, I don't have 100% probability Tempo is going to absolutely make it. I think it will make it to some extent. And then how big the outcome will be will depend on how many third-party developers they can come onto their blockchain to actually build use cases beyond their B2B relationships.
Yeah, incredible. So the app thesis that you're driving here is, it is somewhat a result of multiple third-party developers coming onto the platform. Ethereum already has a large community, Solana as well. Tempo is sort of coming out, but they also have, like you said, a massive organization. Largely, the infrastructure is solved. Tend to agree with you. A lot of these L1s, we've got almost an oversupply and under demand of a lot of these L1s. Not to say that, you know, we want block space, we need throughput, but the right throughput. Not all throughput is created equal, and we're ultimately going to want quality throughput, quality block space. And I can imagine how we even start to see an economy derive around payments because Stripe's business model is so large. You're going to have applications that want to be close to that economic zone because it has so much activity, you know, because of the assets that end up on something like a Tempo. You might have lending markets, exchanges, foreign exchange. I could imagine, you know, would be a you know, quite a mechanism that would help flourish a lot of Tempo's business and start to build a lot of mechanisms around. And so do you see Tempo competing with Ethereum and Solana for these reasons?
Definitely. I think you really proof will be in the pudding long term there, but I totally can see where you're coming from in terms of like, you have these merchants and maybe they want to hedge different things. So one category of products I'm very, very bullish on right now is actually just businesses and or products that are building for businesses accepting stablecoins right now. You think about these legacy companies, you know, in tech that have never accepted stablecoins before. All of a sudden, Stripe and Tempo are saying, hey, you're going to accept stablecoins and they're going to be on your balance sheet and they're in your treasury. You're like a legacy company, and then it's like, well, what does this even mean? Like, do I offboard this? Do I earn yield on it? Or like, do I hedge it with some other currency, FX? Like you said, these are all like actually open questions if you think about it. And I think, to be honest, quite investable opportunities for the right founders that are able to, you know, meet those needs for incumbent companies.
I'd imagine that, you know, a large incumbent, someone else, I think it was Santiago Santos was on the show at DAS. He was making the case around Coca-Cola. You know, imagine there's a merchant buying a lot of Coca-Cola out there. They, you know, this merchant uses Stripe, and Coca-Cola ends up with $1 billion of stablecoins on their balance sheet. It could be the case. It might not be right now, but eventually that we get to a place where it is more cost effective in order to buy a tokenized treasury rather than offboard the stable coins and go into a normal treasury bill to earn some yield on that balance sheet. And so as we end up with more on-chain native money on these balance sheets, to your point, that ends up flowing into more on-chain native RWAs, securities, these sorts of things.
100%. Totally agree with that take. I do think that one bullish externality about Tempo potentially doing well is actually potentially even the Ethereum DeFi ecosystem itself. Like if we get more capital on chain, I think Ethereum will always stand to benefit. We're at an Ethereum conference right now. I can't see Ethereum's growth stunting anytime soon. And if anything, I can see Tempo as a very bullish catalyst for the growth of Ethereum. But I do think right now, if I look at Ethereum, Solana, Tempo, etc., like again, I want to stress the point of like this product era that we're in. I do think that consumers are ready to use crypto, but they're not ready to use crypto that's too hard to use. Right. And so if you abstract the crypto, and of course in this day and age you need to use AI as well, by the time everything comes back, I think consumers will be using a lot of crypto products that without even knowing. And I think whoever gives them the best tools and rails to build these kinds of products for their users, like at the end of the day, a good product manager doesn't care what chain it's at, as long as it works and it's fast and it's cheap. And so it's going to be a battle of those chains, I think, to make sure they capture those developers.
You know, we've seen in the past how there's this pendulum that swings. It swings between infrastructure and apps, and it also swings between technology and distribution. These are some of the dimensions at play here. You know, one of the most clear examples of this that I remember in recent history has been Uniswap. When Ethereum was extremely congested, gas fees were too high. But as soon as you had gas fees somewhat lower, then you had Uniswap, essentially the invention of XYK, and then Uniswap was able to proliferate into being, you know, a very active exchange. Ultimately, there was so much activity that Ethereum became expensive again. You had to revisit the infrastructure, and so, you know, the pendulum swings. So you think we're at the point of apps, and I'm curious, do you think we have applications, infrastructure right now that is ready for institutional grade production use cases? For instance, you know, we're here at, you know, DeFi Day by Aave. Aave has billions, I think 30 to 40 billion at this point. Uniswap has done billions in volume. All of these decentralized mechanisms, exchanges, lending, you know, all of these applications have done billions of volume. They're now starting to build the RWA and institutional compliance use cases into their technology. It feels like even, it's not just the infrastructure, but also the applications are ready to support the inflows that could come from massive capital allocators. And it's more so a policy regulation or distribution marketing or business development game at this point to essentially take the technology and the applications we have, go into the traditional financial world, say, here's what we got, come use our technology for all of your tokenization and digital asset needs. Would you say that is correct, or would you say we still have work to do on the product side, like you're talking about, at both the application and maybe also the infrastructure level? How deep down the stack do we still need to go in order for this entire stack to be ready for institutional grade capital?
I think what's interesting is what's working right now in DeFi. We're at DeFi Day. They're either going one way or the other. So Aave is going more on the application side of like, and it makes sense, and I can tell you why. Like the protocol side, it's kind of the middle. You have the app and the infra and the protocol. With agents now, I think protocols become more important. The more liquidity, the more network effects, the harder it is to replicate that. So I think Aave and Morpher are in a good spot. I think it's incredibly hard now to build a new DeFi protocol that has no liquidity because I can build another one tomorrow. Yeah. However, if you already have the distribution, the network effects, etc., you want to capture value. What if you have an AI app and you're like, this is fantastic, I'm going to hook into their pool and, you know, take some of their fees and their margin. At the same time, why it's so confusing as an investor right now is that maybe you build the app and then you want to take the margin, but then I have my own personal agent. And I'm like, I'm not using Robbie's app. Like, I'm going to cut him, the middleman, out there. So I'm going to go straight to the protocol, straight to the liquidity pools. So there's a question with Aave. I haven't been keeping track of it closely, but like with their consumer app, maybe about 12 months time, like I'm sure you have an agent, like I have an agent. Maybe I don't want to pay Aave app. I just want to go straight to the protocol. Maybe their smart contract bytecode is built now for my agent and it's just direct to smart contract. So I think these are really open questions right now in crypto. I've also heard another successful product in crypto wanting to own the infrastructure because the infrastructure they're on right now isn't handling the capacity. So everything is true, if that makes sense. So like we need to find products with product market fit in crypto like now. These are going to be great products abstracting crypto and AI, and they're going to be built in the next 12, 24 months, no doubt. As these products get built, like as you rightly said, they're probably going to run some infrastructure challenges. Are they just going to build another layer 2, etc.? Like, yes, maybe. I don't know if there's much more performance improvements you can give to these chains, but again, there it's much more of a, we'll build out here, capture the value at the infrastructure layer if our underlying infrastructure is not working. If you're on Solana or something right now, to be honest, there's probably a very low chance if you're a successful product, you need to rebuild the chain. If you're on a chain that's not Solana, TBD Ethereum, that you need the performance, like maybe you do go out and do that. So I think in some cases it makes sense to build infra, but in most cases it doesn't. And like I don't really believe right now in the middle layer in crypto, because I do think long term, especially most of us at these crypto events, we're gonna have our own agents. We're gonna go direct to our agent. The agent's gonna do the work for us. We don't need another layer for the agent to do that and then attack the protocol. We can just vibe code or agent engineer, whatever it is now, saying, here are the policies, like go out and do that. Like I feel strongly about agents needing permission, but I don't think the agents need permission from someone else. I think they need permission from you yourself. And so that is the open question right now of like, if you can access anything with your agents in 12 months time, which you probably can, and things are on chain, what is then valuable at that stage? And I think right now that's a big TBD. I feel very strongly about some non-technical moats that I'm really looking for in founders right now to share with me. You'd be surprised, I love crypto engineers and founders, but a lot of them don't think long term about where we're at right now. Like AI can eat so much, and that is the crazy thing right now. But it's also exciting because you can build more products, and we're in the era of products right now in crypto. But because anyone can build products, it's never been more competitive. So you need to have some edge that isn't actually necessarily technical to get you to where you need to go to serve those users. Then you need the distribution that you were talking about. That in itself is its own game. So you have, I see so many pitches, but yeah, there's still some very compelling founders and use cases out there. And again, like looking at our portfolio right now, the things that are working are end user facing products abstracting crypto and AI. The things that are not working are blockchain infrastructure projects that are tokens.
Yeah.
Simple as that.
Yeah. Feel free to shout out some of your
I can,
that are doing things the right way.
Yeah, I can share, maybe a few with you. So we have 3 or 4, I think, right now on that user-facing product front that are doing well. Fireplace is one that was just announced. They're, ex-traders building super low latency data products for polymarket traders, and they're, a lot of hedge funds in US now are kind of testing their technology. The product's being used by traders, the volume's growing, like they look like they're on a good path, and that really is just 2 entrepreneurs. They're thinking deeply about moats now as well long term, and they're thinking maybe like sort of data network effects, for example. And so like network effects in general, I think in crypto need to be thought of a lot harder, and there might be room for a token there long term for these kinds of network effects. And that actually completely destroys the narrative of like token versus equity, because everyone's now saying like, oh, we've had too many tokens, we need to go to equity. But what happens if actually tokens are great for network effects, and that's the thing that builds moats against agents, and then that's actually great to go back to tokens again.
Yeah.
And so there are a lot of open questions for that team in particular around token versus equity, etc. Some other teams that are working, so this one's also public, so I can share it. So we invested in a team called Archer Money. YC ended up doing it with us as well, which is great. And essentially what they're doing, it's kind of simple. I use Mercury right now with a fund. I hope they don't listen to this podcast. I don't love the service. And so it's simple. Like AI and crypto exist today. I'm paying all these fees on Mercury, and I can't even pay internationally. And it's like, well, why do I do this in the day of crypto and AI?
Yeah.
And so someone
just send stable coins back.
Exactly. So Ben, this guy from Archer, pitched me, hey, we're building a stablecoin native neobank, and we just prompt to transact. And this is great because I have international employees, so I can pay USD, USDC across any border, etc., and just fully prompt based, and they have agents in the back end handling everything.
Yeah.
That to me is a good product.
I'm curious. Have you done much research into Erebor and this kind of thing?
I have.
Similar?
I have. I'm bullish. Like I'm not a late stage investor. I think it's gonna be a massive growth investment. I'm like I've spoken a bit about growth investments in this podcast. I'm not a growth investor, but Erebor and Tempo are probably the 2 late stage things I'm the most bullish on right now.
Okay, so tell us. I think Erebor still has a little bit of mystery behind it. You as a late stage investor, I'm sure you did your due diligence. What is really going on there that serves the moat that you described a little bit earlier?
I mean, I guess just to clarify, like we only mainly invest at pre-seed, sometimes seed. So we haven't done any late stage. We're not thinking about doing it in the near future. I would assume with Erebor, what they have, like if you think about it, at least right now, what's quite hard to obtain that AI can't even obtain is their banking license.
Yeah.
From what I understand, they're probably the only one that's managed to achieve this in recent times. That's a massive moat. It's true they could eat into some other startup lunch right now, being like, all right, you're doing prompting to transact using agents, like we'll do it better. At that point in time, you'd hope by the time that they eat into that lunch that the startup has network effects or a license or whatever else it is, some, etc. That bypasses that. But it is a thing in the space. Like if they bank crypto startups, which they definitely might, the question then becomes like, who does, Archer serve, for example? But I think Archer serves someone like me, which is like a startup founder or like, fund founder. But, fund founders, I might onboard to Erebor, but the question there will come down. I think a lot of it is product.
Yeah.
Like it's kind of weird. Like we talk about agents and APIs and everything right now. I'm bullish on products that serve, APIs and agents as well. Maybe it's in Claude, potentially as a skill. But also, like, I do think there's a world where we use Claude a lot, but also we have some products which they feel good to use. Like they're designed well, we're still humans, and they're good to use. We trust it. It's efficient. It's cheap. It's easy to use. Like, and I have the option. I can also go on Telegram the day after, being like, "Hey, like, get this done for me," and it gets it done.
Right.
But sometimes, someone asked me this question today, like, why don't I just always use my personal agent? Well, imagine if you have employees right now, you might want to be observing the data, the outflows, the budgeting, the analytics. On my Telegram right now, my bot, like I can't see that in a dashboard format, like on my Telegram. Like I might want to see the analytics visually, and maybe some startups actually start out competing at that visual kind of interface generation layer that's personalized per user, like me.
Yeah.
These are all early thoughts, but like I'm bullish on still traditional apps existing alongside the agentic interface as well.
Okay, and so are you seeing a lot of products that are geared towards AI agent users? Are you investing in these things? Where do you think that, how much do you think that is going to start to eat into more of the venture landscape over the coming months?
Yeah, my mental model right now is like, if my personal agent can rebuild this in a short amount of time, then there's absolutely no value in the product. I was just speaking with a friend literally 5 minutes ago before I came in here, and she was pitched this product that like she actually built herself like the day before. And you receive this pitch, and we're VCs now, but VCs are builders now as well. Like, we build our own products. And so,
but as far as products, you know, for your agent, like, you know, there's data provisioning, there's you know, people are making websites that are more readable, browsers that are more readable by agents. Are you seeing anything that is pitched towards agent as a user?
Definitely. Yeah, like there's plenty of more toys right now, I guess, like targeting OpenClaw agents.
Right.
It's
right.
again,
and you know, to your point about distribution too, you know, as these agents are going out and they're doing more work on behalf of the humans, like distribution and SEO and some of the marketing games is now geared towards the person or agent, excuse me, that is doing the searching for the product itself.
Definitely. 100%. And that's exciting. And I actually do speak to just pure AI companies working on sort of SEO, etc., because I find it quite a fascinating area for, with my personal agent, you know, even us as a fund at Frachtis, we're becoming more AI native like today.
Yeah.
So we work on this as well as finding new startups. And as we work on making our fund AI native, you see there's these gaps of products that could be built to like help serve our needs. That in itself is an interesting investable category that we definitely look at. It's not always purely financial and crypto native as well. Like there might be a chance that we end up doing one or two things outside purely financial things that are great for our OpenClaw, for example.
Yeah.
And so I just think the way that we use OpenClaw right now is in future how everyone will be using technology.
Yeah.
And so even my OpenClaw is very annoying to use. It's like I told it to do something and it doesn't know what it's doing. But that's not going to happen in like 12, 24 months time. It's going to get better and better. And obviously Claude's already out with its own right now. And so I just think right now you have to be thinking about this.
Yeah.
Like I'm just going to, whatever I want to happen, the OpenClaw is going to make it happen for me. Then there's questions around like intelligence, stuff like that. Can my OpenClaw be more intelligent with me as a human input as well? Like maybe there's an edge there and then I'll be willing to pay for that API, for example. But if it's just like a yield thing, for example, like a yield agent, like I can build my own yield agent. I'm just going to prompt, hey, go find me 10% yield on any chain whatsoever. And it's going to get it done for me.
Yeah.
Agents are terrific at executing. The value I actually think right now is not at the software layer, like not, you know, orchestrating whatever. It's actually anything the agent can't do.
Right.
You know, what does it still need permission to do, you know, off chain or whatever it is that it can't do itself.
Yeah.
I'll tell you one other startup we work with closely, which I really like. So we work with a startup called On-Chain City. The founder is called Kim. Fantastic founder, fantastic product. She is building a product where you prompt to apply for visas. Fantastic. So like think about us as like crypto travelers right now. You're in France, you know, we're going to India maybe later this year. She's working with governments like Indian, Brazilian, etc., to issue visas in this product. And it's an ID play on blockchain, which is, we haven't really solved ID yet still on blockchain, but you can imagine a product like this actually working because an ID player that has all of our visas and we travel around the world and you can easily add financial services on top of that, you know, at some point in time as well. Exactly. But why is this a great product? Because she has government partnerships. You might think Xavier's told me this great idea on the podcast today. I'm going to build out this visa app tomorrow.
Yeah.
You probably could, but you don't have the relationship with the Brazilian government.
Right.
And so it's just changed the way that the investment landscape has changed dramatically, I think right now. And like we invested in that before, you know, Claude and everything got really good in the last few months, but all of a sudden these hard moats that we invested in, you know, why we invested back then, they're becoming more and more true over time. So I think that has been working well for us in terms of like where we see the moats and where we see the world moving. And so we want to keep investing in that. The fund.
Yeah. Non-technical moats, banking relationships, banking license, government relationships, ability to move things in the world of atoms, no longer the world of bits because agents are moving everything in the world of bits these days.
100%.
Xavier, thanks for coming on, man. Absolute pleasure. Yeah, it was
lot,
it was really great to see the world through your eyes and understand how you're thinking about AI and how investment, especially in tokenization digital assets as well, plays into this. So really appreciate you coming on.
Thanks for having me on, Robbie. I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Thanks, mate.
Cool, man.
Thank you.
We're going to keep things rolling. Yeah. Cheers to Xavier. Absolutely crushed it. Pleasure as always, investing at the edge in crypto and AI. Cheers, man. See ya. Absolutely incredible. We're seeing it happen. Wow, this guy's got quite a perspective on things, quite the thesis. You know, we're at the forefront of lots of moving pieces more AI agents becoming users of products. We're seeing more and more applications be generated and be built for AI agents as the user. And so more browsers, more marketing material, data that is all being served to the AI agent needs to be curated and packaged and formatted in such a way that it appeals to the agent. They're going to have different preferences, in terms of what they're consuming. When we go on and we look for, whatever the best, decentralized exchange, wherever I'm going to go for, dinner, I'm going to go to Google, I'm going to look something up. Maybe I'll go to Yelp. But when I'm, when my agent is doing the research, they have entirely different, consumer preferences, consumer pathway. Oh, my lovely co-host joins once again.
What's going on, guys?
Good to see you. Good to have you.
Yes,
I think
sir.
Xavier might have forgot his badge if you don't mind handing it to him.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've got the Figure, Reid Simon from Figure up next after Xavier and his lovely conversation with Rob.
Beautiful.
How are we doing in here, Rob?
We're doing great, man. We just had a great conversation about AI and investing at the edge.
I feel like I've had a lot of AI conversations.
A lot of AI conversations.
Today. Yeah, it's kind of fun, actually.
Go ahead, switch your brain back onto finance mode.
And tokenization.
And tokenization, because that's what we're talking about next.
All right, guys, we'll be right back with Reid Simon of Figure. are back live at DeFi Day in Cannes. We are here at the EthCC main venue. It's the first day of the event. I'm joined today by the head of digital assets at Figure, Reid Simon. Reid, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me.
How's
Cheers.
France treating you, man? You
Not
look
bad
great.
at all.
You look like
Not
you
bad
fit
at
in.
all. I tried.
I mean, I think you're ready to go to Mykonos or something, or Saint Tropez. I think
Somewhere.
Yeah.
French Riviera,
For
much
sure.
better than New York at this time.
Yeah. So I take it you were at DAS last week then.
Yep.
Yeah. Hectic, huh?
Crazy.
Bull market and institutional adoption. I'm sure. Yeah.
And that conference is always like, I feel like a good mix of like crypto natives, but then like, you know, the kicking and screaming TradFi types.
Yeah.
So it was hugely well attended. And I think it's a good sign.
Yeah, it is a good sign. I think there's this weird dichotomy happening of folks that are like excited about a lot of this, unsure how to get exposure to it or how it benefits their bags or their portfolio. And then a lot of institutional kind of capital is just like kind of chomping at the bits to get into tokenized assets, into some of the work that you guys are doing at Figure that we'll get into just buying the majors as well. Interesting times where some are arguing crypto's losing its soul. Others are like, this is what we needed. Somewhere in the middle, maybe.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, look, I have had sort of that personal struggle as well, right? Where it was like anti-banks, we don't want the banks involved. And now it sort of is like, well, you know, they're all here and they're coming and that was going to be like a growth narrative.
Yeah.
But I think like bigger picture, there are some things that TradFi just does better.
Mm-hmm.
And I think credit is one of them. Than sort of, you know, primitives of what you can earn yield on chain. And I think Figure is like really at the intersection of being a crypto native company in how we issue assets, but also they're high quality assets and they function really well on chain.
Yeah, amazing. I mean, your HELOC product is one of the top 15, I think, in total market cap, if you consider it that way. I think that's an interesting place to start. Right now, banks charge about 10, 11 grand to originate a HELOC loan for existing homeowners. This is something that I think is going to be consistently commoditized down to about the $3,000 to $4,000 range. I know our friends at Framework just invested in a company doing specifically that. You guys are tackling that. Like, talk to us about what Figure does to lower the cost of a HELOC. Is this a marginally lower cost? Is it a massively lower cost by using a blockchain? How does that work?
Yeah, so I think, you know, Figure was not founded as like a crypto company. It was one of those companies that said, we can build a business better, cheaper, faster on blockchain. And so that was really kind of the basis of what we were doing that was unique, independent of sort of like the credit box and Mike's bigger vision for reimagining capital markets writ large. So it's a very meaningful savings. I mean, if you think about one of the challenges with TradFi in the real world is this idea of like replicability, right? It's really difficult if you're doing an underwriting for a loan to have humans involved and sort of like moving paper around and you know, doing things that are not automated at sort of their core.
Yeah.
And so for us, our credit decisions there's a single credit box. It's all automated. APIs are writing directly onto the blockchain versus sort of like running a credit report, printing it out and storing it, you know, in a file box. Yeah. And so we've seen, you know, great growth, both from new HELOCs. We do about $1 billion a month of new loans. Those numbers have been growing really well, and we'll expand into, you know, other credit assets using sort of that core infrastructure.
Yeah. And I mean, there is so is that cost savings as large as I made it seem, or is it smaller?
Yeah, no, I think it's on the order of like, I think it costs about $200 or something on that. So it's very meaningful.
Wow.
And it sort of is like that cost efficiency is just the beginning for demonstrating that, yes, you can run a very profitable company on chain, on public blockchains.
Yeah, that's amazing. And that kind of ties into this Forge product launch that you guys recently had. Maybe you can tell us about that and kind of why that matters and why now.
Yeah. So if you think about Figure, we're sort of like a turnkey solution for credit origination.
Okay.
So if you have customers that, you know, would benefit from a HELOC, but you don't want to build out either your balance sheet, you don't want to build out your credit origination systems, you're not big enough to have access to warehousing facilities that a bank would provide, and you certainly probably don't have a securitization vehicle, we abstract all of that away, all on chain. You can plug your customers into us. And that is sort of like the credit origination, if you will.
Okay.
And so all of those HELOCs get originated on chain. But while there might be a singular tight credit box where we would both get approved,
Yeah.
your HELOC is not my HELOC.
No.
If I stop making payments on mine, it doesn't impact yours, right? And so this is one of the challenges that we see both with what's going on in private credit right now, and the fact that how do you create liquidity around similar but non-fungible assets, right? So if we look at like all the gating that's been going on in private credit, part of that is because if you've got, $1 million loan and an investor wants to pull out $50,000, there's no smaller unit of that loan that you can sell. And so that's a bigger issue that we see writ large against sort of these interval funds where the manager can decide we're going to protect current investors by not allowing anyone to exit, right? And the idea there is we'll ultimately hope that the cycle improves. We'll be able to sell some loans at better prices over time. So that's not like a new challenge. And so if you look at some of the tokenized credit products that are on chain, they face the same issues because they're ultimately in the same master fund. So for us, as we expand into different credit assets, we introduce this concept of Figure Forge, which is not really a product on its own. It's really an abstraction layer, if you will, right? And what that allows us to do is sort of act as like a financial engineering interface where we can create different tranches of similar loans, provide liquidity against those loans, and allow sort of acting as a market maker, if you will, in between taking these loans, breaking them down into much smaller $1 pieces of a pool of loans. And that means that there's liquidity against those fractional units. And we're able to then take those fractional units, sell them into securitization and vice versa. So it provides liquidity to similar non-fungible loan assets that's scalable really, all throughout DeFi.
And then what is the benefit of having that liquidity for the end user? Is that just something that they previously wouldn't have been able to have to use as like a form of collateral or a form of an asset that they wouldn't have like on their books basically?
Yeah, so I mean, if you think, again, if you're looking at any of these credit funds that have currently gated, the reason that they're not able to redeem investors out is because their loans are too big. There's no liquidity. You have to find a single buyer of a single
all of the
loan.
loans. Correct.
So the idea here is if that credit fund had used Figure Forge as for holding the assets that are inside of it, if you wanted to withdraw $50,000, those loans have liquidity because they're in smaller chunks. And so that would be, a perfect solution to a lot of the gating issues, away from the fact that, sure, maybe the loan goes down in price, but if you want to get out, you ought to have the autonomy to decide, I'll take the lower mark, but give me my capital.
And
right?
who's filling those orders? Is it Figure's liquidity providers, partners? How does that work?
So one of the things that Figure has always sort of done in proving out new products is we use our balance sheet. So we'll start with providing liquidity in that sort of limit order book, if you will, committed bids and offers so that there is liquidity. Ultimately, though, over time, I think it's a big opportunity for other market makers to also participate. And if you wanted to provide liquidity in there, you're also, benefiting from the returns of the pool.
And how big are we talking here? Like, how big is this market in traditional world? Or like, what's an estimate here? And like, let's just talk about like Figure just knocking down bips of this market. What does that look like?
Yeah. So I think, I think there's 500 billion of home equity in the U.S. Private credit is probably like 2 trillion, right? But those assets have really been locked inside of bank balance sheets. So even smaller institutions or community banks, they just don't even have that access to be able to lend against HELOCs. Against HELOCs is like a warehousing business. So, the name is a bit kitschy in democratized prime, but the goal is really to be able to democratize access to assets that are either there's investor qualifications around them, or you're an institution and you're just not a big enough institution to be able to get into that business. We sort of see ourselves as an intermediating force there that can provide the access, can structure it in a way that takes non-fungible similar loans, abstracts away some of the credit risk and through the structuring that we do, and make it a product that is accessible to really anyone. You can be an institution, you could be a permissionless DeFi user. We want to serve really all users.
I'm not sure the idea of borrowing or collateralizing your HELOC is advisable to most
So-
folks, but
I mean, so it's a credit asset, right?
Right.
So if you're the homeowner,
Right.
you take out the loan, you
Right.
don't own that HELOC anymore,
No.
right? But if I'm the bank that lent that to you, or
Mm.
in this case, it would be one of our partners,
Right.
And our partners are not balance sheet heavy, so they have an interest to originate because they're going to get paid a fee for the
Okay.
origination
Okay.
once it gets sold off into a securitization.
Yes.
So warehousing is what provides sort of that incremental capital. So
Okay.
I give you a HELOC. Now I have no more money on my balance sheet, but
Right.
I want to lend to someone else.
Right.
I can post that in a warehouse, and the bank will advance me money,
Right.
and then I can go do the.
So it's not like me getting the HELOC
No.
and then going to borrow against my HELOC that I already borrowed against all my property.
Exactly.
Okay, understood.
Exactly. So it's from the lender's perspective.
Yeah, right. And so the whole concept here kind of comes back to the core of what you were saying earlier, which is just this idea to leverage distributed ledger blockchain to create more efficiency and more opportunity. And a lot of this kind of comes into DeFi, then it comes into like doing these things on chain, but also off chain through the lending. But either way, the goal is like there's primitives of this technology that enable Figure to kind of create more markets out of currently or previously wasn't possible essentially.
Yeah, I mean, like if you think about in traditional markets or TradFi, right?
Yeah.
Like Finance 101 says there's a totally different set of reasons you would issue equity versus issuing debt, right?
Yes.
And debt, as a consequence, then has sort of like a risk adjustment for what that debt costs.
Right.
And that's really what drives yields in the real world. In crypto, there's really no purpose for debt, right? You issue a utility token that basically will fund, building your platform or whatever. So we've had this like weird dynamic that we're seeing play out over the last couple of weeks, especially on mainnet, where like, why is Aave yielding less than a risk-free rate, right?
Yes.
Because it's only supply and demand around generally leverage, right? And no one wants to go long Bitcoin right now, so
Yeah.
there's no use for borrowing,
Right.
right? So I think what's interesting about democratized prime is I sort of think of it as like a yield engine,
Mhm.
right? We diligence, we sort of sanity check the collateral assets,
Yep.
and they throw off, I think it's like an 8% yield. Hourly liquidity, and then you can use that across DeFi and sort of turn it into whatever type of yield you want.
Yep.
But it's a transparent, high quality, low volatility yield that with composability you can plug into, whatever you want.
Yeah, that's an interesting point on like there's no equity and debt structure on chain, just purely speculative, purely based on the flows of the on chain whales, effectively, which tend to just be long, heavy OG crypto users or large kind of liquid funds, and you guys kind of being able to open up a new type of structure in the on-chain market. Which,
Exactly.
Another thing that's happening is like more long duration, fixed term lending is coming on-chain much more. Like we've only had, in Aave's example, we've only had instant liquidity in on-chain, which like all of us love from the on-chain perspective. You're like,
Sure.
well, this is great. Like I can pull out whenever I want. I don't have to like lock it up in like a bond or like a T-bill where there's still some shorter term stuff, but a lot of these for decent rates. Some of these are much larger terms, but that's starting to come on chain now. It just seems like the entire like capital structure on chain is getting a lot more like legitimized.
Yeah. And I think like it's largely a product of path dependency, right?
Yeah.
Which was point in time liquidity was all that mattered in
Right.
terms of borrow and lend because these assets were 24/7, 365.
Yeah.
Tons of liquidity that you hit a threshold, dump it in a pool, you're safe, right? And I think that's worked really well for crypto assets.
Yeah.
But we've seen there's demand not only just from institutions because of the technology, but also from retail to not need to take their assets off chain.
Right.
And sometimes you want yield in your portfolio, right? And so we view that as a huge opportunity, but it does require changes to sort of existing legacy rails on chain that can't look at a private credit fund that only has liquidity once a quarter for looping or borrowing against because the tech isn't there to support the liquidation.
Right. There was this fella at DAS, Austin Campbell, put this kind of perspective on our show. He said that you can only have two of the following three, the three being smart contracts, RWAs, which includes stables, and permissionlessness. And his take was that on any individual pool of assets, whether it's an Aave borrow lend of like an ETH and a USDC, collateralized ETH to borrow stablecoin, or it's a Uniswap or a DEX pool like an AMM with one asset being a stablecoin and one being a crypto asset. Any of these kind of variations, any sort of illicit activity or non-KYC AML activity that is ruled by a federal judge or an agency to be illicit, to be illegal, would effectively require them to just brick the whole thing and say, we're going to just freeze this entire operation, let you guys figure it out. When you figured it out, come back to us and we can like allow you to start it again. I'm curious if you agree with this take, if you think that this is right. If so, wouldn't this maybe have already happened in the space? Is he just wrong? Is this just going to continue? Like, is there going to be a bifurcated world? What is your take on this kind of 2 of 3 reality?
Yeah, so I mean, I think you have to look at the landscape of RWA products, right? And who is the issuer? So, for BUIDL, BlackRock is the issuer, right? Securitize is the tokenization and sort of compliance layer there. But a lot of those decisions around, especially funds, the onus ultimately sits, or the risk for compliance sits with the issuer. So in that case, BlackRock, right? And so there are a ton of edge cases that firms that big are going to be concerned about. And they need to, they have a fiduciary responsibility to their shareholders, not even just the investors in the fund, to mitigate those things. So I think it really comes down to, it comes down to who's the issuer and how maybe like authentically are they being involved in designing a token for the way it should function in DeFi.
Yeah.
I think some firms have taken sort of my brand name is such, and put it on chain, and you don't really care how it works or what's behind the hood. But I think we'll see other issuers like Figure who come out with truly a desire to build the product and the token design from the ground up to be crypto native.
Okay.
So I think it's a long way of saying, yes, I would probably agree with him, but maybe that's for the headline RWAs that are out there.
Right.
But I think that will change.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Do you think that do you guys, from Figure's perspective, does it matter the level of control that you have over Figure assets when they're on chain? Like an example would be like, let's say there is like the Figure HELOC token or any of these kind of other Figure assets, or just a tokenized equity of the Figure share, right? Like a tokenized stock or tokenized version of the Figure asset, which already exists, if I'm not mistaken. And you guys are doing a lot of work in that realm. I think you guys just had a kind of an experiment, it seemed like almost, and this launch of the token actually on chain.
Yeah.
As of the last month or two. Does it matter to you guys that that could be used in one protocol, another protocol, one chain, another chain? One of those chains could have their validators collude. One protocol could get exploited, while 99% of the others would just work fine. Your brand name associated with that. People lose money on your brand name on the protocol, but it wasn't your fault. Kind of see what I'm getting at here. Like, how do you think about that?
Yeah. So I think there's a couple, and I think one key distinction is there's a difference between origination and intermediation, right? So Figure is an originator. When someone originates a HELOC, there's an ownership there. The person who owns the HELOC owns it. In the case of a fund, it's a little bit different, right? If you are a DeFi protocol and you're sort of pooling capital to then go make a loan to someone else, right? You're sort of trusting that balance sheet without collateral is ultimately going to pay you back. In the case of HELOCs or asset originators, I own that asset, so it's mine, right? I guess in terms of risk, reputational risk, we want to partner with platforms that certainly don't lose users money.
Yeah.
But there is also a tension between being a permissionless, composable
right. Like
first.
sometimes you can't control that. And if they list your asset,
exactly,
and they list your asset, and you guys have a bad quarter, and somebody's levered up, and then they go to the freaking Twitter mob saying that they lost all their money, but they were really 6x looped on Figure, and it's like, dude, that's not our fault,
Yeah, I mean, it isn't our fault, especially for secondary market, activities.
Right.
I think we've, in at least our Solana launch, we were purposeful in sort of picking Camino, and purposeful in the curators that we worked with.
There you go.
But they're your tokens, right? So if you want to take them somewhere else, you should do that. I think the onus is on us to sort of work with, best in class partners.
Right.
It might not always be the biggest partner, but I think it's a balance between like who's providing something that is generally innovative or beneficial. And if we can figure out a way to sort of due diligence and get comfortable with that platform, they'll be a sort of key partner.
Yeah.
But in terms of Solana, they're permissionless tokens. So if you want to take them somewhere, it's your risk.
Yeah, exactly. Perhaps on the education front, then from like a brand perspective, and I'm sure you guys already do this. There could be like you don't want to be giving too much preferential treatment from like a protocol perspective. I don't think, because I think you should allow people to make their own choices. But yeah, perhaps like a trusted or like a. Even then, you still get in trouble because something happened. Like you guys are doing some work with Aave, I think, or at least getting ready to. That would be something that like maybe on the Figure's site or like on like the in some sort of educational format, you'd be like, look, we're backing these guys. Like, if you guys want to use our assets on chain, use this protocol. Don't use all these other ones, maybe.
Yeah, and I mean, I think if you look at like, you go to our website, you'll see that there's core partners that are sort of there. Or like, if you want to trade, here's like the Radium pool, right? Yeah. But that doesn't mean like anyone could go set up an Orca pool,
Yeah. This is all kind of orbiting still around that question, which I just find so fascinating. But I appreciate the way that you guys are thinking about this. What's it like working for and with a guy like Mike? What does he bring every day? What is it like working for an entrepreneur like that?
So I think I enjoy working with people who have strong visions, right? And it's not just sort of like, okay, what's the goals for the next quarter? And I like, truly challenging goals.
Yeah.
And I know he was on, he's been on your show.
Yeah.
And, he says like, we are reimagining the capital markets.
Yeah.
And that's like a very big statement. And I think it's demonstrated across all of the initiatives that we're doing, right? It started with HELOC, but he very much does believe that the entirety of the financial system needs an upgrade.
Yeah.
Across credit, across lend borrow, across equity. And really all of the sort of intermediaries that are either just rent sinking, inefficient, or frustrating for how you interact with your bank, how you interact with your brokerage, what do you actually own, and what can you do with it?
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, Reid Simon, the head of digital assets at Figure, a public company here at DeFi Day in Cannes. I'm telling you, this would not happen several years ago. I had a panel with MasterCard in Circle this morning. Again, that would have not happened over the last couple of years. The industry is completely evolving. It's completely becoming professional. Large players are coming in, like Figure, doing really innovative things on chain. Reid, thanks for your time, man.
Awesome. Pleasure, man.
Pleasure to have you.
Cheers.
Guys, we will be right back with our next guest.
We are back at DeFi Day, EthCC in Cannes. We are here with our friend Debbie Soon, the head of marketing at Privy. Very excited for this chat because we haven't had a wallet provider.
Wow, lucky me.
Chat about AI, chat about prediction markets, institutional capital allocation, digital assets tokenization. Welcome to the show, Debbie.
Thank you so much for having me. It's a pleasure to be here.
Absolutely. Well, give us a lay of the land here. Things are moving all the time. AI is on the rise. Prediction markets, like I said, digital assets, all these things. What is it like building a wallet for the current day and age of everything you're seeing on chain?
Yeah, well, I say a wallet is really like a bank account that anybody can have, that you can take across borders. So for the first time, it's really easy for anyone to get a bank account, right? And I think increasingly this quote unquote bank account that is a wallet is just getting more and more powerful. So I think from our perspective, it's just so exciting to work across all sorts of different use cases. I think most people knew of Privy as kind of the consumer crypto app wallet. But now we have people using our wallets, agents using our wallets. We have people using our wallets for treasury management, big fintechs, neobanks. So yeah, it's really exciting to be in the heart of it all.
Yeah, and so are you building for any one particular vertical or angle as it pertains to this entire on-chain ecosystem? Are you prioritizing more the wallet infrastructure for agents? Predominantly humans were the ones that were using the chain not even that long ago, but now this world is shifting into a more agent-driven financial world. How are you starting to prepare for this? How are you starting to incorporate more AI into the themes of what you are not only building at Privy, but also what you're marketing?
Yeah, no, I would say that Privy Wallet is just, we have this one API that's just incredibly powerful. Obviously, as you rightly pointed out, we were building for humans to use it at first, but there's so many features that we had built into the Privy API, specifically our policy engine, which allows you to set what you can or cannot do with a wallet, whether that's spending within certain limits or, certain amounts or number of times in a day or within a certain time frame. And I would say originally the use case was around, say, trading. You want to put in like a limit order. You don't want a trade to go crazy. And then now we're realizing that these very same guardrails and policies and controls also apply to agents. And similarly for big global enterprises as well that want to move funds between entities, between geographies. So I would say that we have always been really responsive to what the market wants and what the market needs. So I will say the answer to that question is that we're not really building specifically for one over the other, but making sure that the architecture that we build is flexible enough, powerful enough to support a whole variety of different use cases.
Incredible. And so as you're thinking through how this ecosystem could evolve, I was just speaking with Xavier. He was really fired up about tempo. And so how do you see this trifecta here, Bridge, Privy, Tempo? How do you see all of these players working together to ultimately bring the best world, as everything kind of comes together, the best world for agentic payments?
Yeah, I think how money moves and how money works is changing. We are very simply building for the future of money or what modern money looks like. Yeah. Obviously, we have Privy, that's the account. You have Bridge, that is basically your bank, and then now you have Tempo, that's the real. So I think it's really great to kind of see all three different companies or entities being able to work together and really solve some of these use cases at scale. I think obviously Tempo came out with the machine payments protocol like a couple of weeks ago. That's really exciting, but we've been doing a lot of work with X402 as well. And MPP is essentially just an extension of X402, with a certain number of capabilities that it extends and builds upon. So yeah, I think when it comes to agentic payments, I will say that we're still very early. I think that we are at Privy, we're seeing over a third of new developers sign up for a Privy account, developer account, essentially building agentic use cases. So we know that this is growing, this is exciting. But yeah, I think there's a lot of things to figure out still before we figure out what use cases really stick.
Yeah, a lot of the current dynamic, it feels like we have a lot of the infrastructure and the products that are ready for institutional capital and ready to be used in production. For instance, we've been speaking with capital allocators, $300 billion of capital at their disposal. They're starting to bring on chain, not just one, from Baillie, Gifford, we had Theo talking about institutional capital on chain, but then
even before we had Zama, privacy protocol, talking about how privacy can be embedded. They're working with T-Rex, which is another tokenization, got acquired by APEC, and is launching $100 billion on chain of RWAs. And so this is happening in waves. I'm curious if there's a particular story or theme that tends to resonate with the market as, you know, a head of marketing at Privy. The applications seem like they're ready. It seems like the product officers, the engineers, they kind of did their job. A lot of what's left is education and marketing so that people realize, okay, these things are ready, they're here, and they're ready for you to come and use them. Is there any stories that you've found like really tend to resonate with your target market? Maybe first, what is your target market, and how do you find the type of messaging or story that connects with them most?
Yeah, I think for Privy, our mission has always been the same from day one, which is to make it as easy as possible for developers to build on crypto rails. So whether you're an independent developer or you're a developer at a big fintech or neobank, you're still a developer, right? So what could we do from a developer experience side of things to really give you the primitives that make it really easy to essentially embed money into your product, right? I think we want to focus on that so that the people building their products can really focus on what is important to them and their end users. And obviously they're serving a whole variety of different end users. So, when talking about the kinds of messaging that really resonates, I think for a lot of fintechs and enterprises, it's really about being global from day one. Okay. I think for, Privy by default, we started off being completely non-custodial. And so obviously that meant being able to roll out to, we serve end users from over 180 different countries. For a lot of financial institutions, that's not possible because of licensing and regulatory requirements. But I think now they're seeing the benefit of having a custodial and a non-custodial setup side by side. And that is also something that we just started offering as well. So I think we announced custodial wallets at the start of this year. Yeah, I think around the start of this year. And so essentially what that means is that even for a single enterprise, they can configure custodial alongside non-custodial wallets side by side on a per wallet basis. So maybe this particular wallet, you want it to be custodial because the end users are not fully comfortable with self-custody. But at the same time, there could be end users that want to plug into on-chain capital markets, get DeFi yield offered by the likes of Aave and everything. So I think it really is about continuing to listen and figuring out how we can, again, abstract away a lot of the complexity that, maybe people don't really necessarily want to or need to think about.
My understanding of Privy is that there's a lot of maybe B2B to C that takes place. There's a lot of distribution channels that leverage Privy as a means of expanding the wallet access for their end customers. I'm curious, maybe there's some success stories, some test cases, some testimonials. Like, what have you seen as been, a couple of the largest distribution channels for Privy?
Yeah, I think I think just to talk about scale, today Privy has over 120 million accounts across more than 2,000 teams that are building with Privy. That obviously ranges, our customers range from the likes of Hyperliquid, I think needs no introduction, processing, tons and tons of volume every single day. We also power Kraken's DeFi Earn product, which I think at this point has over $150 million in deposits. So again, that's like a really interesting setup where they have a centralized exchange, but they're able to seamlessly transfer, an end user is able to seamlessly transfer their balances from their Kraken centralized exchange account wallet into a Privy non-custodial wallet, which then gives them access to all of these DeFi yield and benefits. So I think we've been seeing a lot of traction there. And then, we also serve the likes of Klarna, right? Which, buy now, pay later. Their end users are, everyday consumers who really don't care at all about what the rails are. I think we talked about this morning how the end user is really not going to care what blockchain their stablecoins are on or even what stablecoin token it is. At the end of the day, they just want to know that they have dollar access and that it is usable and spendable wherever they want to use it.
I'm curious more about Klarna because this whole buy now, pay later thing, it got a lot of hype there for a little while, but it seems like Klarna's started to find their footing. It's more than just the hype. They have a solid, repeatable and sustainable business. And they've also started to leverage stable coins and on-chain wallets, such as using Privy into their stack. How exactly is Klarna using stablecoins and Privy, and how do you think this will continue to expand in similar use cases?
Yeah, I think without giving too much away of what hasn't been formally announced,
Sure.
I think Klarna also, aside from offering buy now pay later, they also have a consumer facing app. So I think when you think about what a wallet can do and how I think a term that we use is like embedded finance. So once you have a wallet that is actually embedded into the application that they already have, the existing Klarna consumer app, that opens up a whole bunch of new use cases in terms of what an end user could do with their balances in that app.
Yeah, and I think another one that comes to mind here is like Uber. Like if we're depositing money into this thing to take rides, we can deposit it almost like a checking account, savings account, and start to have a lot of financial functions built in. Another one here is Twitter itself. I don't know if you saw this, but Elon just hired one of the someone who was just at Aave, designing wallets and stable coins and these sorts of things. This person also left Base, their like major design lead, and now they're going to Twitter. Do you think Twitter, X, social media platforms will start to incorporate financial functionality into their platform so that they also serve financial services?
Yeah, I mean, I think I think any kind of platform that serves creators or have to do with creator payouts makes for a really exciting use case, right? I think even today X, you have to cross a certain threshold before they can really pay creators, and I think part of that has been, it's just really hard to deal with micropayments, or if I earn $1.28, is the user really going to want to withdraw that $1.28? So right now, I think creators that are making money off of Instagram or YouTube or X or similar types of platforms, I think being able to build all of these on chain gives them a lot more opportunity to make more frequent payouts, to pay more creators at scale, and then obviously for these creators having these balances in their wallets, they can earn again on idle balances. So yeah, I think that is a really exciting development to watch. I think another great example is WAP, that I think serves millions of creators today. It's kind of like Patreon meets a Shopify, and they launched a treasury product also powered by Aave. So I think we're seeing creative payouts, which really be a category that could be really interesting once it gets onboarded at scale onto stablecoin rails.
Yeah, incredible. I mean, shout out Aave. We're at DeFi Day. They're doing.
I know. I'm doing my part here.
We got to get some Aave tokens together. Yeah. So another thing we were talking about just behind the scenes here was this institutional wave, right? Tons of capital that's flowing in. We won't spend too much time here, but I'm just curious about the way Privy is thinking about its institutional strategy. I had mentioned an episode we did with Zach from Grayscale, and how they're seeing tons of flows come into the space. And obviously we have these prime brokers that are able to kind of issue these things, but there's not on-prem institutional wallet access at scale for a lot of these institutions. He said that's one of the main obstacles that's preventing a lot of institutions from coming into the space. Is Privy thinking along these ends? Are you starting to see more developments toward what an institutional strategy could look like?
Yeah, I think we are definitely spending a lot more time with institutions these days, and I think trying to understand their needs, because I think to your point, I mentioned that we built for humans, and I guess they can be used by agents, but obviously I think when you're dealing with regulated financial institutions at scale with that amount of capital, whatever we have built may not necessarily be fit exactly what kinds of requirements that they have, and obviously the level of scrutiny that they have. So I think we are definitely in the process of trying to figure out, okay, what else do we need to build for us to meet that hurdle or that standard. I think on the other hand, the really exciting thing is that a lot of these institutions do realize that there is huge opportunity to be able to connect all of these massive balances into open decentralized finance, and what can we do to enable that? And I think that with Privy, again, we have an incredibly powerful policy engine. There are ways to leverage our architecture where we could have execution wallets that essentially a treasury wallet passes on a scope authorization. And so the balance doesn't actually go through the Privy wallets, but that Privy wallet essentially acts as a signer to be able to authorize transactions to connect treasury flows within a certain approved amount directly to the blockchain, directly to these on-chain protocols. So I think those are some things that we are, talking actively about to folks. How do we, because I think everyone understands that putting a treasury on chain gives a lot of benefits, right? Like it's programmable, it's fast, you can make sure that there's less working capital that's sitting idly and not doing anything. So I think everyone knows that treasury on stablecoins generally is a more productive and more efficient solution. So I think the question is really about making sure that we are continuing to stay close to them, understanding their requirements, and building alongside them.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense, and it is very interesting to hear how flexible some of the wallet technology is. As you mentioned, this compliance engine, this policy engine can kind of be morphed to humans, to agents, to institutions. You mentioned just kind of bringing this full circle, to agentic payments, which is a very, prominent concept here at this conference. You mentioned that you guys are building for humans. I'm just curious why that is so crucial, and at what point you might start to shift, build more for agents. At what point do you reach too much? How do you find that balance?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think it's about building architecture that at the end of the day serves whatever the purpose is. But obviously, I think when it comes to the agent economy, it also means giving agents the skills to be able to, run things by themselves, right? So whether that is a Privy CLI that allows or a skill that allows them to essentially spin up a Privy wallet and be able to get all of the authorization keys in a way that is, they don't have to go into a dashboard as, what a human developer would do. Right. So I think it is less about the underlying, the underlying infrastructure and architecture is the same. The wallet is incredibly programmable, it's incredibly powerful as it is today. Obviously, there's more things that we can do that we're actively working on to make it more powerful. But I think it is, in terms of dealing with agents, is how do we've made it really easy for humans to do so, right? Whether that's through docs, and these days you could also put your docs in an LLM and it's going to figure out exactly what it needs to do. So I think the next level then is how do we give agents the skills so that they can similarly be help on their journey in terms of getting on chain, funding their first wallet, and then obviously leading to their first transaction. And yeah, I think we're seeing some great traction on that already. So just excited to continue pushing it forward.
It's so funny. We onboarded plenty of humans. Yeah. It was like, all right, we're going to onboard the institutions. We skipped right over the institutions. We're onboarding the agents now. Yeah. That's where we're at. Debbie, thank you so much for joining.
Yeah, thank you.
Absolute pleasure. We'll do this again real soon. And I hope you have a great rest of your conference.
I will. Thank you so much.
Enjoy your DeFi day. We'll see you next time. All right, guys. We're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to be here with our last guest. We're going to get Stani, the founder, CEO of Aave, up on the show live from DeFi Day at EthCC. Guys, don't go anywhere. You're not going to want to miss this. Aave, founder, Stani, talking about V4. Be right back.
Alrighty, guys, we are back live at DeFi Day here in Cannes at EthCC. It's day one with Stani. Obviously, a big day, Stani. How do you feel, man? How does it feel to get this out there in the wild? I know the team's been really on it, man.
It's been amazing.
Yeah.
Aave V4, we've been working for like 2.5 years or so, and getting it out, new generation of a protocol, and also Aave Pro, that is the also the interface for that. It feels incredible.
So it's a milestone for sure, but it's just the beginning in its own way.
Oh yeah. It's it sets a new dimensions for the Aave protocol to have new types of use cases and collaterals. We're super excited, and it also opens up the whole architecture of Aave, enabling anyone to come and actually build new use cases as well. So that's really cool. We're gonna see a lot of development, not just from the Aave team, but community developers and third-party developers that want to tap into the Aave liquidity.
Yeah. And so this was the first kind of restructuring of the way the protocol works in several years.
Yes.
How do you think about that from a risk perspective? I think one of the things that Aave is known for is its resiliency and its ability to manage risk very effectively. We've seen even just recently vault exploits and different kind of like DeFi mishaps. How do you think about the risk kind of parameters when it comes to this new iteration? I know you guys spent almost a whole year kind of risk testing this thing. How do you think about that?
Yeah, I think what Aave is really known for is the resiliency. Obviously, it's the protocol that has been seeing multiple market cycles. We saw FTX, we saw a lot of market down cycles, and Aave has been able to be extremely resilient. And it showcases that the protocol works really well, and the parameters that are always pre-vetted and applied to the protocol has been done correctly. And Aave V4 simply introduces new tooling for risk managers and the Aave community to manage the risk. So a couple of features, for example, risk premiums allows now to actually price the risk per collateral asset where it's useful and applicable. So every borrower doesn't necessarily have the same rate when they're borrowing a particular stablecoin. The second is dynamic risk configuration, meaning that now configurations can be applied to new positions without affecting old positions. So this is really fundamentally new tooling that didn't exist before in Aave, and the architecture itself isolates risk into these spokes, and liquidity is tapped into from a hub that gives credit lines to spokes. So it's a way of actually ensuring that we don't fractionalize liquidity, but we have a good amount of segregation of risk profiles in Aave.
Yeah. And so when you have this kind of hub of liquidity and these spokes of different risk profiles for different collateral assets, how is the kind of delegation of liquidity how does that choice get made? Is that just based on user demand for that type of asset, or how do you kind of allocate the capital in this pool to each spoke?
Yeah, so first of all, there's three hubs. So there is a prime that is the sort of lowest in the risk curve, and then there is a core that is more of risk adjusted, and then plus, which is risk return. And each of those hubs have connected spokes depending on their use cases. And it depends a lot on that hub's risk profile. So core is where you have the risk adjusted markets connected to that hub. And the idea is that there is the deepest liquidity. And then plus is where you have more sort of tail end opportunities. And then prime is kind of like the lower end of the risk curve. So it all goes by risk assessment. But now what's different with Aave V4 compared to existing Aave markets is that you don't have only one entry point. You have multiple selection while still keeping the capital relatively concentrated in a particular risk profile and allowing to tap. So the way the decision actually works is that it's still a governance decision, how much capital is allocated from a hub to a particular spoke use case, and that's done by a risk assessment as well.
So it's kind of like the tranche model in finance, with like a junior tranche as one hub,
a senior tranche, much less risk as a separate hub, and then you've got a third as well.
Exactly.
Kind of tranche it out.
Exactly, and there's sort of scalability there. So every new use case can also start from a plus connectivity, but as that use case actually matures, it can be then connected into the core hub, and credit line can be issued from there. And that is actually really interesting, because one of the biggest challenges for DeFi builders has been to ensure, like when they build incredible innovation, how to actually bootstrap their product and liquidity.
Right.
And this is the perfect way where if you build something really exciting and really cool, that can be connected into existing liquidity in Aave.
Yeah, because one of the things about Aave was that it's been notoriously difficult to get your assets on Aave.
Yes.
Which is by design.
Yeah.
Because of kind of like the pooled structure of V2 and V3.
Mhm.
But now essentially you're saying, okay, the gates can open to more risky but innovative ideas in a specific tranche, effectively, or this specific hub. And then those protocols, if they succeed, get access to the other capital in that tranche or in that hub, and then potentially other users on Aave of other hubs who may want to, increase their risk limit or try something new as well.
Yeah, it will be still hard to get liquidity from the most sort of resilient and low risk pools, but it opens up the sort of like a tail side of new markets, new hubs, and also down the line even hub factories where new hubs and spokes can be created completely tailored to, for example, B2B or institutional use cases. So it simply opens up the whole system into faster onboarding. And then when these use cases or assets gets proven, then they can access deeper liquidity by accessing these more larger hubs.
Yeah, and this is different model than V2 and V3, but also different than having like a lot of different individual tranches or individual vaults, right?
Yes.
Per asset or per collateral type. Why choose something more in the middle between like a pooled model and an individual vault model? What do these two models, your previous and kind of this individual vault model, what do they fail to achieve that this V4 model allows you to do?
Yeah, I mean, the infrastructures V4 enables all of the models, but the chosen market structure, the way we compose the hubs and spokes, take the best of the both worlds. Yeah. So the one entry point model has worked really well for Aave, but also bootstrapping new use cases has been more challenging. So with this model, liquidity is concentrated in hubs, and new use cases can be bootstrapped much more faster. So users will have the choice on what kind of risk they want to subscribe to, and that is important. And that choice allows to take less risk or a higher risk, and that is fundamentally what's different. But also we believe that it is difficult to navigate hundreds of vaults, and also have enough information. So there is still governance managed risk, unless it's some sort of like institutional use case that is deployed separately. So I think it takes just best of the both worlds.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the mental models that the industry has had for valuation heuristics and just generally thinking about DeFi protocols and companies on chain is specifically for crypto assets, right? So we've got a couple $1 trillion TAM here of Bitcoin, Ethereum, and a bunch of other types of tokens. These assets, some of them are on chain, on Ethereum, on L2s, L1s. Some of them are in DeFi protocols. So it's kind of like it gets smaller and smaller and smaller as you get to eventually using these assets. We were just at DAS last week, and it was very, very clear that large asset managers are coming on chain and they want to take their assets and put them into yield generating opportunities on chain, whether that be treasuries, equities, etc. What does V4 enable for that next cohort, right? And I know that you gave a talk earlier about this kind of abundance framing with regards to AI, energy, infrastructure. We're almost kind of going through a new adoption curve within the on-chain ecosystem in crypto of like this abundant new capital coming in to a certain extent. How does V4 set Aave up to kind of be the home of tokenized treasuries, of equities, and kind of do more with your, TradFi asset, let's say?
No, it's quite fascinating because Aave has been able to grow because you couldn't go to a bank and give them your Bitcoin or Ethereum and borrow, right? You had centralized lenders doing that at the same time as Aave, but you didn't have the transparency. And that is why Aave has been able to eat all that market share. Now, we are strong believers that native crypto assets like Bitcoin and Ethereum are going to drive a lot of value and is going to be the bread and butter for Aave. But we also know that there's going to be a lot of value coming outside of the native ecosystem. And that will happen through tokenization, yield-bearing stablecoins, and also lending not even against ERC-20s or 71s, but against data directly. So using DeFi as a capital allocation layer and channeling that liquidity into real-life credit opportunities. So Aave V4 essentially is a credit protocol. And I think this is really fascinating because we're tapping into 400 trillion asset base that already exists in TradFi. On top of that, we see a lot of benefits in lending against infrastructure that is creating this new transformation where we're heading towards, which means people having abundance of intelligence, abundance of energy, abundance of labor with robotics, compute, and this infrastructure effectively is what is the direction we're going to go towards the next 50 years, and being able to bank that infrastructure and fund it is a way to actually capture over 80 trillion worth of market value and move that into DeFi and create the most transparent credit market. So I think if you look at the old like banks, how they started, JPM and so forth, they obviously they funded railway companies, they funded electrification with Edison and Tesla. You had the Industrial Revolution, and now we have a new transformation towards abundance economy, and these infrastructure assets are abundance assets. So it is a big opportunity. It's maybe not something that we are going to tap into the extremely near future, but that's where the world is going towards, and that is a big opportunity for DeFi and for Aave. And RWS in general is going to be a big part of Aave's story.
Yeah, and I think even more so in the near future, these kind of tokenized equities or RWAs will be kind of part of that near-term story as we evolve into more digitized versions of AI infrastructure, energy infrastructure. Figuring out ways to kind of package that and tokenize that is more on the longer term.
Mm-hmm.
But I think right now we're seeing people are interested in doing more with their equities or their treasuries or looping, and all these things are happening. Is there going to be a pool specifically that is going to be in that risk kind of basket for these RWAs, equities? Like, is there like a specific pool? Is it different? How's that going to work?
No, that's an excellent question, because now with Aave V4, we can actually use the market that we have, the Aave Horizon, where you can use RWAs as a collateral and borrow stables and lend stable coins against traditional assets on chain. So in V4, we can actually create hubs and spokes where collaterals can be isolated based on asset categories into different spokes, and decide how much credit line and exposure each hub gives to each spoke. So it is a really a big opportunity to manage risk more better on chain and expand the RWA business for Aave. And the Aave native Go stablecoin plays a big role because Go has a full 100% margin as there is no LPs. And Go is going to be crucial of these credit use cases, whether it's against tokenization or against lending against yield-bearing stablecoins, or even against, let's say, credit itself.
Yeah, that's awesome. And Go's been growing consistently and will continue to do so, drive revenue for Aave as a protocol. When it comes to the actual growth of the kind of Aave brand and the Aave ecosystem as a professional kind of leader in this space, I saw you guys had a quarterly call recently,
yes,
which I think is part of this thesis that a lot of folks have, that is like tokens are going to start to look a lot more like equity structures, where they'll have these quarterly investor calls or like shareholder meetings almost of sorts. Just quick takeaways there, highlights what was on that call for folks who weren't able to make it, and just any thoughts on this kind of maturation of the Aave brand as a part of the larger shift in the industry?
Yeah, in general, I think tokens are a great way to govern a public infrastructure in the most transparent way. And I think that's in general, we're going to a direction where execution matters more. And also there is a lot of professionalization in our space. And I think it's a big contrast from the early days where we're still trying to figure out where DeFi is going, how these protocols are, what sort of like are their positioning. And now we're going towards direction where actually this is a resilient, viable infrastructure and could actually back all financial use cases. And then the question is how to make this as transparently and accountably as possible. So Aave builds and operates in public.
Definitely. And what were some of the key kind of takeaways and things that folks may have missed if they weren't able to attend that quarterly call?
It's a lot of about actually the looking towards like the existing Q1. Obviously, we've done, we're in track of doing the same amount of revenue we did last year. Also, we had a lot of new market deployments, new partnerships. One of the biggest integration that happened was actually integrating Aave into WOP together with Plasma, Veda, Privy, and all these, and Tether, and all these partners. And it's such an interesting integration because it's the first time fintech at this scale integrates DeFi, and we're talking about 21 million users being able to access Aave through WOP Treasury. And thanks to all the partners that we also have in this project, and that is significant. So it's effectively a fintech in the front and Aave in the back. And I think that's gonna, that sort of integration cycle is gonna continue. And also we believe that going directly to consumers is important and bringing DeFi closer. And that is what we're doing with the Aave app. Obviously, Aave Pro is focusing on existing DeFi users that need more sophistication, and Aave app is simply abstracting away whole DeFi experience, offering self-hosted wallets with the ability to sign up with an email, phone number, abstracting away all the complexity, networks, gas, stable coins, being able to link your bank account and deposit directly into Aave. That is the value proposition that consumers can handle.
Man, I gotta ask, how did that WAP thing come to fruition? How long did that take?
That is actually that took quite a while. Obviously, it's a really big project, and a lot of work has been actually done by the Plasma team, by the Tether team, and the Veda team, and also Aave team. So it's been a really interesting collaboration in general. And I think what WAP actually did, they set a really good precedent on how fintechs could actually leverage DeFi, lowering their cost structure, and then being able to take the middleman out of the equation and use more programmable solutions that become more scalable for them.
Yeah, and so WAP users get exposure to the assets that are on the Aave iteration on Plasma.
Exactly.
Things like syrups, syrup USDC, USDT, other yield-bearing tokenized treasury assets, and just that they're able to kind of get this idle yield on their holdings in the app. They spend it on anything from clippers to graphic design to hiring, etc. They don't even know that they're using DeFi. And on the front end of WAP, is there like an option to get yield? Or is it just natively embedded?
Yeah, it's basically natively, and it happens, and the deposit happens quite natively. And I think this is the right way to integrate DeFi. It's simply a invisible infrastructure.
Yeah, awesome. And then you guys also just announced, I think yesterday or today, the integration with Chainlink's SVR.
Yes.
This is something that I think folks are somewhat, akin to, but don't really kind of understand Oracle MEV. It's kind of like it's something that when people get liquidated on different positions, there is kind of searchers and block builders that are able to kind of sandwich these positions and get basically extract MEV from the liquidator itself. Aave has chosen to work with Chainlink's SVR product. I'm just curious how much revenue you expect to pull from that integration, or just kind of like generally what that looks like from a business line standpoint, or if it's just helping your users, save more of their own capital?
Yeah, it's actually it helps all the users. It also helps the Aave treasury as well, because it's a balance of being able to get Aave as a community to capture some of that revenue that liquidations occur with the MBV directly into the Aave treasury. So it is quite helpful from that perspective, and it's a way of mitigating also the Oracle MBV. And now it's live with, obviously it's been live for quite a while on the Ethereum mainnet, and now it's live also on, for example, on Arbitrum with the new integration.
Awesome. And a couple last things for you. In the Aave post, you guys summarized that all of the existing users of V3 and other kind of iterations of Aave, or it's perhaps just V3, do not need to switch over to V4. If I'm an Aave user, what does this mean for me? Do I need to change my assets? Is there any advantage to shifting? Like, what is my protocol here?
Yeah, V3 will live as long as it's needed. So the way we approach always every single iteration of our protocol is it's going to live as long as the blockchain is available. So we still have a deployment of Aave V1, V2, and V3 obviously, and also it's user choice to migrate. It gives opportunities for users, different hubs and collateral compositions that gives more opportunity for the users. But end of the day, there is no rush. Obviously, we have a controlled launch where we are focusing on security rather than growth in the beginning, and we want to ensure that everything works really well. And Aave V3 is a perfectly working system. There is nothing wrong with that. So it all will take time, and we want it to be as organic as possible.
Yeah, awesome. Last thing for you on my side, kind of a left field one here. I was in DAS, and there was this guy, Austin Campbell, came on our show, and he gave this take, and really curious your thoughts. He said you can only have two of the following three: permissionlessness, smart contracts, and RWAs, including stablecoins, suggesting that in any sort of DeFi protocol in a permissionless blockchain environment like Ethereum, like Aave, anytime there's a RWA, so like a USDC, a USDT, any sort of like tokenized asset, there's always this risk of a federal judge or an agency seeing that there's some illicit activity or some sort of, something happening and just bricking the protocol or that pool specifically and telling the folks to go figure it out who are involved. And this kind of comes in the lens of this broader debate that's been going on Twitter about permissioned blockchains versus public blockchains, and the lack of privacy versus the kind of database nature of permission chains, and how institutional allocators and regulators are thinking about these things. And so I'm just curious, like from Aave's perspective, from your perspective, how does the permissionlessness, the smart contracts, and the RWAs, how is there a seamless integration of the three? Do you agree with this take? Do you disagree? Yeah.
I mean, every single asset has some sort of a trust assumption. On Ethereum itself, as an Ethereum network, the trust assumptions are so that it's very economically safe, right? It takes a lot of energy, let's say coordination, to actually break Ethereum and result in the same opportunities. So you have to get majority of the nodes, for example. Yeah. Maybe that's less in stable coins that are Genius compliant, for example. But at the same time, I do think that you can achieve resiliency even you use stable coins, and typically stable coin issuers, they don't really make changes on, if an assets are in the protocol, they can freeze accounts if you withdraw and there is a reason to do so. But otherwise, I don't believe that's a major concern for now. And I do think there's also more decentralized options. So Aave's native Go stablecoin is purely, it's mainly backed by Ethereum-like assets, and it gives sort of opportunity. But if you have a stablecoin fully backed by native assets, obviously the scale is going to be limited there. So it's all about how to create the trust minimization and how much is sufficient amount that you have a operational system, because it always comes with a cost. running Ethereum has a cost, and that sort of needs to be balanced as well.
Yeah. So you do see a future of immutable blockchains, highly decentralized chains with permissioned assets on them, in running in a kind of congregated or commingled pool with kind of like non-RWA assets from on that same chain. Like, you see that future happening?
Yeah, I mean, it sort of exists. Like, there's sort of
it does
assets
exist,
that
yeah,
are
already, yeah.
issuer based, and actually that's great because you can push the liability on asset issuers instead of protocols. So protocols shouldn't have any sort of liability. I think markets should work in the most resilient way and shouldn't be interrupted for any kind of activity, and that should be handled on asset issuer level. So I think that's sort of actually good for DeFi protocols because you want them to be resilient.
Yeah. I guess I fibbed one last thing. I put out this post saying, if the tokenization thesis is correct and trillions of dollars of assets come on chain, which company will benefit the most? And the resounding kind of set of answers that I received was DeFi protocols, specifically on the lending side, oracles, and exchanges. I'm curious if you agree with that or if you have a different take.
Well, I think where Aave is sitting is in the middle of DeFi, stablecoins, and RWAs. And I think those three components makes the future of finance.
Beautiful. Stani, congrats on V4 and amazing one-day event here in
Thank
Cannes.
you.
It's been great. It's a little different than last year's Villa, but I think in the right way. High signal, good conversation. So thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much.
Cheers, Stani.
Cheers.
Guys, that wraps us up for today at DeFi Day in Cannes. Day one of EthCC. We've got 3 or 4 more days left. Thank you for being a part of the show. We'll see you guys later.